Holy Book says. So today is a day to celebrate that day of good conscience, how you relate with other people, how you love and foster harmony between everyone. So that is what today is celebrating, International Day of the Conscience. Anyways, on today's breakfast show, we'll be looking at some hot topics as well as global stories making headlines in our national dailies. We'll also be taking some top trending stories, but first, let's take our quote of the day. Happiness is not by chance, but by choice. And that is by Jim Rohn. And it says this morning, happiness is not by chance, but by choice. Happiness is not, what you just feel like, oh, someone needs to make me happy. It doesn't just come by the money in your bank accounts. It's not, by the houses you have or the cars or the material things that you have. It's not by your wealth, but it is a choice for you to be happy. The people in your life, do they make you happy? Your family, your friends. Happiness is a state of mind. So that is why it is by choice and not by chance. You don't just stumble upon happiness. There are a lot of people that will tell you, I have all the money in the world. I have everything. I have the people around me, but then maybe my mental health is still unstable. I'm not happy. I'm depressed. This just tells you this morning that happiness is not by chance, but it's by choice. You can decide to make yourself happy. Your happiness lies in your hands. Only you can make yourself happy, not any other person, not the job, not the wife, not the husband, not the kids, not the money, not the cars, not the houses, not the vacations, but you only can make yourself happy. So today, Jim Rohn is trying to tell us that happiness is not by chance, but it's by choice. What is that decision you're making today? Are you deciding that no matter what life throws at me, today I'm going to be happy? Sometimes if we're going to take Lagos, for instance, we're here live in Lagos, and you can say, you know what, traffic today was ridiculous. People tested my patience, but still I choose to be happy. I know that is making light of the situation, but yes, you can still decide to be happy. Instead of having that gloomy face going to work and say someone made me angry on the road and so my day is ruined. No, your day is not ruined. You can decide to make yourself happy. If you're saying I don't have those amazing experiences, wonderful experiences, that you'll know that yes, I was here, I lived. When you're done from this world, can you say I truly lived and I was happy? That is a very good question. Are you happy? My question to you this morning is are you happy? If you're not, make sure you make that choice this morning and decide to be happy. All right, that's it for our quote of the day. We're going to move over to some top trending stories. And this one comes from the Binance executive. Now it says arraignment of Binance executive stalled. A federal high court in Abuja has adjourned the money laundering suit against Binance Holdings Limited and its official till April 8. The trial judge, Justice Emeka Winte, adjourned the matter for ruling after listening to the parties' submissions on the service of the charge on Binance Holdings Limited. The defendants, Binance Holdings Limited and Tigran Gambaryan, were meant to be arraigned on Thursday on 5 counts bordering on money laundering, but it was stalled following objection from the counsel for the second defendant, Mark Mordi, SAN. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission had accused Binance Gambaryan and Fleeing and Nadeem Anjarwalla of concealing the source of the $35,400,000 generated as revenue by Binance in Nigeria, knowing that the funds constituted proceeds of unlawful activity. The Anti-Graft Agency said the offenses committed between January 2023 and December 2023 in Abuja were contrary to and punishable under Section 18, Subsection 3 of the Money Laundering Prevention and Prohibition Act 2022. During the proceedings, Modi contended that his client could not be arraigned following the failure of the EFCC to perfect service on Binance Holdings Limited. However, the counsel for the EFCC, Ian Acho, disagreed with him. He noted that the second defendant is a representative of the first defendant in the country, adding that the charge was served on him before or on behalf of the company, but it was rejected. He claimed that the court could not enter a not guilty plea for him and proceed with trial as contained in Section 478 of the Administration of Criminal Justice Act 2015. Reacting to Iheanacho's submission, Mordi argued that the prosecution counsel omitted Section 477 of the Act he cited. He added that his client was not duly nominated by the company to receive the charge on its behalf. Dissatisfied with the arguments, approached the court to challenge the decision. Iheanacho stated that in law, evasion of service meant that the party had been served. Taken to his feet again, Mordi noted that his client was not an agent, director, or representative of the company in the country, and as such could not be served on behalf of the first defendant. But prosecution counsel insisted that the second defendant qualifies as an agent of Binance. According to him, the second defendant is the only one present in the country. Now, we've seen the story, over the past few weeks with Binance, the executives being arrested, and one of them fleeing, that's the Nadeem Anjarwalla, fleeing from custody. And, we raised a lot of questions. One of the questions was, why is our security system so porous that someone can actually flee without us, finding out? You find out much later. How was he able to get fake passports to move abroad? Another question was, even the immigration officers, what were they doing? How don't you scan the fingerprints? The place where he was held for custody, how did he leave that place and no one knew? Is there some form of corruption? Maybe he greased some palms and they let him leave. So there were lots of questions about that. Another question was, why are you fleeing if you don't have skeletons in your cupboard? If you're as clean as you claim to be, why don't you just allow the EFCC to check your books? And well, now we've seen another developing story where they've checked the books and they're seeing millions of dollars that cannot be accounted for, and it might seem as though it's from an illegal source. And so obviously we're just waiting to see what happens in the next few days where he will be arraigned. Right now the case has been adjourned, but we're waiting to see what will happen, and the evidence that EFCC is going to bring, and how the defendant is also going to defend the clients, Binance. But one thing I would say for sure is I love the fact that we're checking these businesses that come into Nigeria, try to flourish. I mean, it's okay, but you need to go by the books. I love the fact that I can see EFCC doing their jobs. Sometimes we come at the government and say, you're not doing your job. But in this case, yes, because if Binance is guilty of any, money laundering, then they should be charged. It's as simple as that. And that would serve as a deterrent to, other companies that think, Africa can be corrupt. We can go there and do whatever we like. No, you cannot. You cannot. You cannot come to Nigeria and, run a business that is not legal, run a business that might have skeletons in your cupboards and you don't want to show. No, we will check. There are checks and balances. We've not been able to do that, with optimal efforts over the past few years. But then right now we're waking up. And so we will check your business. If your business is not, meeting up with the requirements, or you don't have all the proper books that we can check and say, yes, this is legal, then I'm sorry, you have to be charged. And so that other businesses would not come and do the same. Anyways, we'll see how this story develops over the next few weeks, and even after the case will be heard by the judge, and we'll bring you more updates on that. Moving over to another story, this one is still about the EFCC, and it says photographer awarded 5 million naira damages against the EFCC for wrongful parade as fraudster. I think this is 65 million naira. Justice Donatus Okorowo of the Federal High Court, Abuja, is awarded the sum of 65 million naira as damages against the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission for wrongfully parading a photographer named Nasiru Saidu Ali Kozo as a fraudster. In the suit, the court also ordered the respondent, EFCC, to tender a public apology on its online social media platforms, particularly Instagram, to the applicant Ali. The incident happened in May 2019 when the photographer was wrongfully arrested from his Abuja home and his photos splashed on the social media accounts of the EFCC alongside those of other alleged internet scammers. It was later released after his innocence was established, but Ali dragged the anti-graft agency to court for criminal defamation of his character. The photographer, through his lawyer Pelumi Olagbesi, had demanded 100 million naira damages from EFCC, but after 5 years, the court in a judgment delivered on Friday, March 22, 2024, awarded 5 million naira damages against the EFCC and ordered the anti-graft agency to tender a public apology to the photographer. The court declared that the wrongful publication of the applicant's image and name on the respondent's social media platforms holding the applicant to the public as a fraudster by the respondents is unlawful, unconstitutional, and a flagrant breach of the applicant's fundamental right to privacy as enshrined in the Section 37, respectively, of the 1999 Constitution and relevant provisions for the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, as well as the Universal Declaration on Human Rights. The court declared that the EFCC should remove the image and name of the applicant, wrongly labeled as a fraudster, from its Instagram page and other social media platforms. The court also granted an order of perpetual injunction restraining the EFCC from holding the applicant as a fraudster without judgment of a court of competent jurisdiction. Reacting to the ruling, Olagbesi reiterated that it is unlawful and amounts to abuse of powers for the EFCC to publicize images of individuals arrested for alleged crimes when such persons have not been convicted by law. The lawyer said his firm, Law Corridor, took up the photographer's case pro bono, and after extensive legal proceedings before the Federal High Court Abuja, justice was finally served. He said even though his client asked for 100 million and the court awarded 5 million naira and also grant perpetual order against EFCC from arresting the photographer again. Well, this is one story that we've seen that it is the people versus the government. And well, in this case, the people won, sort of. A person won. And I love the fact that, we're seeing our judicial system become, more without bias, let me put it that way, become more independent. So the judicial system is not saying, because we are part of the government, so no one can win against the government. No, we're seeing them become more independent. We're seeing them become unbiased, which is great, because I don't know why you would arrest someone. You're not even sure of what the person does, but you just go ahead labeling the person as a fraudster. That is character assassination. I mean, you need to do all of your findings, even if the person might be a fraudster. I mean, that's a thing that they say you are innocent until proven guilty. Where is that with the EFCC? You can't just start to accuse people of something that they are not. And in this case, well, I'm sure the photographer could have, just taken it as, it's fine, it's okay, we'll move on, maybe apologize. But no, he wanted to make a statement by this, and by taking the EFCC to court, well, he has done that, because I hope that now they don't label people wrongly. Another thing I'm going to talk about is just like our police force. You can be in an area and you get arrested and they call you a thief as well. How? How do you just label people like that? And I hope that, stories like this ensure that other agencies are watching and they know that they cannot make the same mistake. Because I'm sure there are lots of people in our prisons that probably they don't even have an idea of the crime they are being charged for. They're probably innocent, right? So you're seeing a false representation of a person. I have no idea what you're talking about. I am not a fraudster. I'm just a photographer. And then you come, you arrest me, you splash my images all over social media, making people think I am that way when I'm not. And I'm happy that, he has won some money for damages. No amount of money obviously can be compared to the trauma that he might have felt, the friends that would have left him thinking, you know what, this is a fraudster. I cannot, associate with this person. There's a lot of things that would have happened to his mental health. But then we're glad that, the EFCC is going to come out. They have no choice but to go to that same Instagram page and apologize and make sure they take out all the images where they labeled him as a fraudster and then still pay him some money. And like I said, I hope all other agencies, even especially the police force, they're getting a cue from this. Make sure that if you're arresting someone, if you're going to take them into your custody or even put their images out, make sure that you know what exactly it is, what exactly they did. It's just like you move down the road. You can see a police officer stopping a car, and just because the person probably has like dreads, they say you're definitely a fraudster. You probably have a laptop. How did you get the laptop? Well, I bought it with my money. What if I'm into tech? Now, I'm not saying there are no fraudsters and you shouldn't ensure that we're putting these people behind bars, and especially if you're going to do some fraudulent activity. And I'm not saying that. All I'm saying is make sure that you get to the root of the matter. You cannot just arrest people without having enough information, enough intel to say that, yes, you can nab them for the crime that you're charging them against. So that's what I'm saying. Make sure that you find out extensively, is this person a fraudster? Is this person going to be arrested? Is this person going to be arraigned? If this person is going to be in front of a judge and plead their case? Those are the rudiments. Those are the procedures. But you can't just see someone on the road, and because I look at certain parts, maybe I have dreadlocks or I have some tattoos, and you say, because of that, I have profiled you as a fraudster. And I think a lot of things that we do in Nigeria is profiling people based on how they look. No. Especially in this new generation, the Gen Z generation, we live in a woke generation where people like to be eccentric with their sense of style. And so you can't just arrest them for no reason. So I love the fact that this person has won with this, and hopefully this would not happen again with the EFCC, and it will serve as a deterrent to other agencies to ensure that they are not nabbing people for the wrong reasons. Okay, to our final top trending story. This one says, Chairman of Kano Anti-Corruption Commission suspended. The chairman of the Kano State Anti-Corruption and Public Complaints Commission, Muhuyi Magaji, has been suspended from his position by the Code of Conduct Tribunal, CCT, following a 10-count charge of corruption filed against him by the Code of Conduct Bureau on November 16, 2023. The suspension was announced in a terse statement issued on Thursday in Abuja by the Chief Press Secretary of the CCB, Veronica Kato. According to Kato, the decision to suspend Magaji was made to ensure that he does not interfere with the ongoing trial against him. Delivering the ruling, the chairman CCT, Justice Danladi Umar, established that the tribunal had the competence and jurisdiction to hear the case. Justice Umar emphasized that it would be inappropriate for Magaji to continue discharging the duties of his office while facing trial. The case against Magaji has been adjourned to May 7th and 8th, 2024 for further hearings. It is expected that during the hearings, both the prosecution and the defense will present their arguments and evidence before the tribunal. I think this is just a good way to go. You cannot have an ongoing trial and still want to, move like nothing is happening, still go about your duties. So it's only right that you're being taken out. You step away from your duties, you face your trial. If you are proven innocent, then you can come back to it. So like I said, I think the stories today have just shown some form of unbiased in every sector, especially when it comes to like the courts in making a decision. So for this one, you have an ongoing hearing. It's only right that you have to step down from your duties. And hopefully, you can plead your case and you'll be found innocent. Well, this is from Kano State, and we'll just see how the story develops, and we'll also bring you more updates on that. We'll go on a short break, we'll look at the weather, and when we return, we'll be reviewing the papers. Please stay with us.
Sometimes, it's not just the distance we travel. It's the gaps we close. It's not the things we buy. It's the memories we create. Sometimes, it's beyond the places we go. It's the connections we make. Not just the things we taste. It's the taste of things to come. And it's never a question of if, but when. Because life is always just a bit better with American Express. Introducing the Access Bank American Express Gold Card and the Metal Platinum Card, now available through Access Bank.
You're in a queue, for example, and you go to some places or some countries and the queue is the queue. You have to join from the back, right? And that's conducive because, hey, I was here before you, makes sense. But then you find some people that they just don't have the time and everybody is in a hurry and they jump to the front stylishly and feel they will get away with it. Sometimes some people just don't want trouble and they just leave you with your, your actions. But then you will find in some places where people don't like it, they don't condone it, and they will call you out. Excuse me, the queue is at the back. We need to see more of that nowadays.
You've probably experienced a scenario like this. You're waiting in line for a service or to buy something, and someone who sees the long queue comes along and goes straight to the front of the line, completely disregarding everyone standing. In most cases, some people on the queue will speak up, but some will look on with utter disbelief. With teeming population, it is almost inevitable not to experience queuing. If you're not queuing at the bus station, you're queuing at the ATM or in the bank, or to get tickets to your favorite show. Queuing is a way to create orderliness and to ensure that there is some fairness. But like clockwork, there will always be the impatient ones, or the ones who feel too smart that they find a way to jump the queue. Queues are not created to simply waste time but to ensure orderliness, because the chaos that happens without the orderliness leaves a lot of people bitter, angry and helpless. The reason why queuing is challenging for us can be associated with the way we see it. Darden Professor Elliot N. Weiss and colleagues Graham Gillam, Kylie Simmons and Donald Stevenson explain that across the globe, people wait for food and transportation, to make purchases, to get services, or to have experiences. But how they view the wait, what the rules are, and what they expect vary widely. Some cultures see needing to wait as almost always negative, while in other societies, seeing there is a line can signal there's something worth waiting for.
In an environment where they don't call it out and they allow people to jump the queue, and jumping the queue becomes normal and the norm, they won't say anything wrong with it. They will continue to do it because they can't see the bad in it. You get to an environment where, hey, it's not possible for you to ever think of jumping the queue because people say, get back. Excuse me, we've been here before you, join the queue. There and then you notice that you've done something wrong. It conditions your mindset, I can't jump the queue in this environment, it's not acceptable. And so you begin to readjust yourself. It's a culture change.
Instead of seeing queues as a waste of time, See it as a way to better manage time. It is also a way to ensure fairness and equity. The next time you feel the urge to jump a queue, don't. Instead, remember some of these guidelines. Make up your mind if you will join the queue or not. Once you have joined the queue, stay in your line. You may decide to ask what the waiting time is before you join the queue. Some organizations will provide this service. Try to stay in lane, only reserved by using someone you know. Never say you were behind someone in a queue. Wait for someone to be behind you before you leave the queue if you must. Respect other people's space while on the queue. Watch your conversation on the phone, keep it confidential. Watch your personal belongings. Try not to leave shopping bags on the floor. Acknowledge the number of bags you're carrying. If you forgot something, unless it is close by, you will run the risk of losing your place once you leave the queue. Exercise huge amounts of patience, even when the queue appears endless. If you're holding a place for someone, explain to others around you to avoid conflict. Sometimes, the queue may be a telephone inquiry. You may have the option of calling back or leaving a message to be called back. If someone appears like they're jumping the queue, politely correct them without getting into a squabble. Always wait your turn if the queue is automated. Sometimes you may need to wait to be beckoned, served, or for the green light before proceeding. Follow the rules and move orderly.
Thank you for staying with us. You're still watching The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. Well, it's time to take global stories making headlines in our national dailies. And joining us to review the papers is Jide Johnson. He's the Chief Lecturer, Nigerian Institute of Journalism. He's joining us from Lagos State. Good morning. Thank you for joining us.
It's a pleasure to be with you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much. Okay, so we're going to start with the Punch this morning, and it says it leads with 12 states planned power projects. Anger spreads over tariff hike. The riders on this one is States Domesticate Electricity Act seek NERC approval to float regulatory bodies commercialize power. Another rider says Kanu says power company 90% completed. Lagos, Nasarawa, Kebbi confirmed talks with private sector partners. So now, if you look at the papers over the last few days, in fact, I think yesterday especially, we're talking about the rise in the electricity tariff, especially for Band A customers. Now, there's a rise of over 231% on the electricity tariff. So now, obviously, we're seeing states planning their power project. If you look at what has happened in Aba, Light Up Aba, the project Light Up Aba, that definitely was a good way to start. And I mean, one of the questions I asked then was, will other states take this as an initiative or inspiration to even have their own power project? But with the electricity hike that we're seeing and, people getting hungry, like, why is this so expensive? Well, maybe other states are looking at it, but I want to get your take on the electricity tariff that is over 231% for Band A customers, and the fact that some other states are looking at their own power project and, just liaising with the private sector as well.
Well, the economic model of democracy, the truth of the matter is, the economic model of democracy is capitalism, pure capitalism. It's unfortunate, whereas which is antithetical to the values and the principles of democracy, which is government of the people, by the people, for the people. So, from political point of view, the political ideology is democracy, but the economic ideology of democracy is capitalism. What we witness by the regulatory body for electricity in Nigeria is just crass capitalism, pure authoritarianism, without consideration to the citizenry, who are the major stakeholders in the democratic project which is called Nigeria. Because you can't just wake up one morning and then what you do is to do 200% increase, considering that, one, you don't even have that power enough to power. You need power to power your economy. And then power is the basis for industrialization, is what supports, it's a major requirement for industrialization for your small, medium scales and then medium scale enterprises. Now you have removed the petroleum subsidy, you're now removing tariff on electricity, and then you are saying that, one, the economy will grow, you are saying that the inflation will drop. I don't know whether you require rocket science to understand that all these things which you have done is antithetical to growing the economy, is antithetical to making the naira becoming stronger, because rather than the economy becoming productive, it become depressed. And the irony of the matter is that in one breath, government is removing subsidy from the productive sector, something that will contribute to the productive sector of the economy, and government is taking money into the service sector, subsidizing religious trips. In what way are we contributing? For example, the subsidy that was provided for those that are going to pilgrimage, is it going to benefit Nigerian economy? Is it going to benefit Saudi economy? So you begin to wonder, who are those that are advising this government? Where are they getting the economic blueprint from with respect to their policies and program, whether there is even a coordination with respect to their policies? And besides that, do they even factor in the citizen, who are the major stakeholders, who are the shareholders in this project, who give them the mandate to be in government today? Because I'm not too sure that every voter that voted for this administration will think that, one, this administration will remove petroleum subsidy, that two, this administration will hike the rates that we pay for electricity. So as far as I'm concerned, this government, in my own view, is anti-people. And because all of these policies that you are doing in the short run without even assessing the need assessment impact, the impact it will have on the economy, the impact it will have on the polity, the impact it will have on the cost of living and the standard of living of the people, does not just make any sense. And then how can you just wake up in one day as a regulatory body and then you increase the prices of the services you are providing by 200%, where there has never even been an improvement in your production and your supply chain? So is it about making money? Is this government about making money? Is it about imposing taxes and everybody on the citizenry? That's the question you begin to ask. And are the people that this government have placed in position of responsibility, are they really working in the interest of this government, or they are trying to sabotage this government? Because I can't understand, because if you take a sample opinion of the people on the street, you will see the level of anger with respect to the decision of this government. Besides that, what is the National Assembly doing with respect to this? Where do they get the mandate to go ahead and just unilaterally come up with this with this rate? Even I posted a tweet yesterday. I said, even the military regime, in response to someone, even in military regime, they are responsive to public opinion and what is going on the street. Compared to what we have now, it's just an authoritarian approach to public governance, where people in authority believe that whatever decision they take, whether you like it or not, you have to comply with it.
All right. So, I mean, with this electricity subsidy, even other papers, carry it as well. So the Guardian has electricity tariff hike in crosshairs as opposition intensifies. On the Business NG, in fact, it leads with this. It says electricity tariff hike. Federal government's monthly subsidy spending to drop by 52%. And I'm just wondering, what is the government doing for us? Because if you look at other countries, their government subsidizes one thing or another. So it's either you're subsidizing education or even giving free education in some cases, or you're giving free healthcare or subsidizing it. power, agriculture. These are, different ways that the government says this is how we can support the people. Now you're taking taxpayers' money, but then you're asking them for almost everything that they have. In May 29, 2023, the president, assumed office, and he said subsidy is gone. That's talking about fuel subsidy. Now we're seeing this hike in electricity tariff because obviously they want to take out the subsidy as well. So my question is, what is the government doing for us? What do you think about all of this? It feels like we're being bamboozled with so many things all at the same time. Do you think it's a case of being tone deaf to the plight of Nigerians at the moment?
It's a case of bringing what was used in Lagos, the Lagos template, to bring it to the national level. And you recall that one of the major achievements, the class of Abuja in 2023 to 2027, until whether they will get to 2032, that will be determined by the Nigerian people. The class of 2023 in Abuja, they were the class of Lagos, 1999 to 2007. If you understand their values and their principles, it's about taxation, it's about raising tariff, it's about making money, and it's about talking about blowing their trumpet with respect to how they move the revenue generation of Lagos from so percentage to a certain percentage, and that there's no state in Nigeria that... governance is not only about generating revenue, governance is about serving the needs of the people. The people are the ultimate, they are the sovereign in a democracy. What is the essence of government making money and the people are not benefiting from what government is making? And then even if you are asking people to make sacrifices, what sacrifices are those that are in government making? When in actual sense, rather than reduce the cost of governance, you have increased the cost of governance. Rather than reduce the number of ministers you have increased the number of ministers you have, the number of aides you have, and then you look at the number of aides that the Senate President and the Speaker of House of Rep that they have, which was pointed out by Senator Abdullah Ningi, when he said that nobody even knew among the number of aides that the Senate President. So it's unfortunate that in one breath, they are asking us to make sacrifice. In other breath, they are living large. They are living la vida loca. And they are asking us is what you have in the book which I call Gulliver's Travel. One love for you, the other for me. And then things are done at the whims and the caprices of those that are in authority. And that's why I said, are we actually in a democracy, or we are in an authoritarian government where people in authority believe that whatever pronouncement and whatever policy statement they make, we are duty bound to comply with it, hook, line, and sinker. Because as far as I am concerned, what is it that this government has given back to the citizenry, except to impose different types of burden, remove subsidy? This is you spoke about education. These are the people that when they went to school, they enjoy scholarship.
Yeah.
They didn't get any loan. They enjoy scholarship. They had access to good health care. They had access to good road. And these are the same people that are not coming out and blowing their trumpet that they are doing student loan. You can imagine, you remove subsidy on education. You remove subsidy on electricity. You remove subsidy on petroleum products. So what you do, you want to construct road, and then you put toll on that road. You have collected taxes from people, and then you construct road, you put toll on it. Is that not double taxation? That is their style. That's their policy. That's their template. So as far as I'm concerned, it's pure capitalism. Maximize whatever revenue you can get from the people. Impose whatever levies and taxes you can impose on the people, because that's what is government of generating revenue for revenue and revenue for revenue. And it's not government for the people to make life easier for the people. The bottom line is that for you to even know that it's a class society, you have band A, band B, band C, band D, band E, band F. It's unfortunate. Unfortunately also, it is the people in band E and band F that actually vote. The people in band A, B don't even vote. The interesting thing in democracy is it is even the people that votes for you that you should work in their interest. But that's the unfortunate thing. It's democracy in its capitalism form, in its economic approach, It's just the government of the elite. It is the government of the elite. It is the government of the noble rich. It is the government of the super rich. They always work in the interest of the super rich. And then you see people coming on different type of spaces, justifying and supporting government for taking this type of policy that, if in actual sense we practice a democracy, that is enough to bring the government down, because if majority of the people that are dissatisfied with the policy goes to poll, and they will just put out the government, and the government will be sent packing. Well, in actual sense, does your vote really count? does your vote really count?
Well, they tell you that it counts, so you should go to the polling units and vote. So they tell you that it counts.
You should go to the polling units and vote, and then they scatter the polling units, and then some people will sit in one corner and do abracadabra.
Mr. Jide, let's not go there.
If truly power comes from the ballot boxes, it comes from the ballot. I'm not too sure any government will work in the interest of the majority of the people. Because in democracy, sovereignty lies with the people. Now, it is the shareholders that determine who becomes the board of directors.
Exactly.
In government. Now, in democracy, the shareholders are the voters. Now, is this what the Nigerian voters want? Is this what the Nigerian populace want? One, for them to have the size of cabinet they have, for them to have the number of aides they have, and for them to impose these different types of burden on Nigerians. You increase the school
well,
fees,
they've told you that
tertiary education. You increase you remove petroleum subsidy. You now remove electricity subsidy.
Well, they've told you that these are the sacrifices for now.
What is it that you are giving back to the people? What is it? What is the essence of being a citizen of a Nigeria under this present dispensation? Where you pay your taxes, the roads are bad, the hospitals are not there. When you have to provide your own water, you have to provide your own electricity, you have to provide your own road, so you are responsible for providing your own basic infrastructure, yet government is imposing different types of burden on you.
Yeah.
And the reality of the matter is that those that are in charge of making policies in Nigeria, they are far away from reality. I've said it over time. When was the last time the president took a public ride? When was the last time?
So we're dealing with security. I mean, allow me to play devil's advocate here. So maybe he cannot, because we're dealing with security issues in the country, and so he needs to be secured. He's the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
That's where I'm going. Majority of people in government today are far away from reality. The secretary to the federal government has been in government since 1999. The Senate president has been in government since 1999. The chief of staff to the president has been in government since 2003.
So they've been able to enjoy all of this, regardless of whatever is happening in the country at the moment.
All of those that I've made mention of, do they use their money to pay the electricity tariff in their house? Do they use their money?
Of course not.
To fuel their car? Do they use their money to fuel their car? So that's why I'm saying that they are far away from reality. And they think that life is easy. Life is not easy for an average Nigerian. An average Nigerian is going through pangs of pain, of hunger.
So allow me to go off tangent a little bit. I mean, this has nothing to do with the papers, but it was something I saw on social media, and it talks about Nigeria being the second best country for people with good mental well-being. What do you think about that? Because I mean, we're going through all of this, and sometimes I wonder how Nigeria can even rank number 2 as the country with the best mental health, really, with all of the things that is being thrown at us.
Because if this had happened to other countries, the psychiatric hospital they have will be filled with a lot of people. If you look at what we are going through, and then we just laugh it off. That I think God has given us the capacity, knowing quite well that this will be our experience. He has given an average Nigerian the capacity to deal with this tension, to deal with this particular problem, because, like you said, if all that has been thrown at us, and yet we are still able to maintain our sanity, then there must be something strong in the
We're
Nigerian
resilient people.
genetic coding of Nigerians, because Nigerians are resilient and they are strong. If you want to remove the tariff, all you need to do is first to improve the services you are delivering.
Exactly.
Put in basic infrastructure, improve the light system, and then you now said, okay, we have provided you light for the past 3 months. You have done is remove it. Since when the Minister of Power has been saying that they want to remove the tariff, since when he's been saying it, he's been singing it as a swan song, and then all of a sudden somebody just wake up one day, says he's the head of the Electricity Regulatory Council, and then remove the subsidy. The National Assembly, no statement from the National Assembly, nothing from the reps, nothing from the Senate, and just like that, we just accept our fate, because they themselves, they don't pay. Do they pay? Do they pay electricity tariff? Do they pay electricity bill? When was the last time Senator Akpabio paid the electricity bill? When was the last time the Speaker that has been in government also for some time? So the reality of the matter is that those that are in charge of public policies are insulated from the reality of what is going on in the country.
True. Anyways, let's move over to another story, and this one talks about manufacturers lose 1.5 trillion naira to FX crisis in 6 months, and that is by the Manufacturing Association of Nigeria. The writer on this one is FG to issue domestic dollar bonds June. What do you think about this? We're losing so much money. You would think for a country that, they have to import a lot of things, right? You would think that they would try to push in more money even to the manufacturing industry. But we're seeing manufacturers lose a lot of money. 1.5 trillion naira is a lot of money to lose for a country, because you expect that when you're manufacturing products, you can start to export them and get in more revenue. So how are we supposed to be making revenue as a country? How are we supposed to have the infrastructural developments that we want if we are even ensuring that our currency is not as strong, and so the manufacturers are losing? What's your take on this one?
Well, I have a friend, a big brother friend that operates a pharmaceutical business, and where he talks about how difficult is it for them to access foreign exchange in order to get the materials they need to produce the drugs they are producing locally. And you pointed it out, it's about priority. It's about, we have a lot of misplaced priority. It is easier for those that want to go to foreign travels for training from government to access foreign currency. It is easier for those that want to go to pilgrimage to access those currency. People don't understand that going to pilgrimage is tourism, and then tourism contributes to the local economy of wherever you are going to pilgrimage. If you are going to Mecca, the bottom line is, I've said it, take religion out of this. Look at what Mecca was in 1952 and look at what Mecca is today. Saudi Arabia, with respect to what tourism has contributed to that economy, and what can we do to also improve tourism. So what we have in Nigeria is that it's about misplaced priority. Now, instead of providing foreign exchanges for the manufacturing sector, which is the base for your development, which is the base for growing your economy, because it is when the manufacturing sector becomes active that your economy becomes productive economy, and then your export will be able to balance your import. In actual sense, your export will be much more than your import. Then the value of your currency will appreciate compared to other currency, which makes your economy to be productive economy. So it is the people that actually need this foreign exchange, they can't have it. The people that don't need it are the ones that are having it. And we are using those foreign exchange to service other economy. You can imagine when the Accountant General took training to London. So there are no places in Nigeria. You can imagine the amount of foreign exchange that went to United Kingdom through that approach. And then you can also imagine the amount of foreign exchange that is going to Saudi Arabia as a result of people going on holy pilgrimage. Each of those states, the federal government on its own, gives subsidy. Each of the states are also giving their subsidy. Just look at that amount of money. If that amount of money had been plugged into the manufacturing sector, then you can imagine what it would do to this economy. As far as I'm concerned, the management of the foreign exchange is about misplaced priority. Until one, the president said, you know what, in the next 2 years, nobody is traveling outside of Nigeria. Nobody is going on any training. Nobody is going on this. And we are going to, whatever we are going to do, we are going to do locally. And that's when you make funds available for the manufacturing sector to grow that particular economy. Now, if the manufacturing sector cannot even access foreign exchange, you have hiked the tariff on electricity, and then you have removed subsidy. What do you think will happen to your manufacturing sector in the next 1 year? It's very clear. You don't need rocket science. You don't need rocket science to tell Nigerians that in next year, things might be pretty hard than what it is now, except there is a miracle. You know, the type of miracle that happens that you read in religious books, that all of a sudden the price of goods and services will fall down when God opens the window of heaven. Except God opens the window of heaven, you can't, God is a God of principle. If you jump, no matter your level of anointing or your spirituality, if you jump from 1-story building, you'll come down. Inshallah, in Jesus' name. It doesn't matter. That's a principle. It's the law of gravity. So if you look at what is present now, there are indications that 2024, 2025 might even be tougher than what we have in 20, because one, you have removed, the economy is not productive. It's very clear. All you need to do is to take a trip and look at business. What has happened to small, medium scale enterprise? Look at how people have downsized. They have downsized their business, and look at what will happen to various sectors in the economy, whereby they did not factor in that you increase the tariff of, because those are overhead that are going to be factored in. And who are those that are going to bear the brunt? It is the people that are, one, the workers working in that organization, and two, the consumers of whatever products or services these people are providing. So it's very clear. You don't need rocket science. That 2025 might even be tougher than 2024. I'm not the prophet of doom. I hope that God will intervene like we always do.
Amen to that.
God has given man the head and the brain to think out and solve his problem.
It's quite scary, to be honest. It's quite scary. And I wonder what is the way forward now. Because if we're seeing all of this happen, I mean, we saw what happened in 2023. There was obviously the cash crunch, and then when the president assumed office, obviously subsidy is gone, fuel subsidy is gone. So you see all of that, the prices of goods and services skyrocketed, inflation at an all-time high. So all of this happening, I'm just wondering what the next few months or few years would be. It's quite scary, and that's why people are leaving. But I want to take this one from The Guardian, because we don't have so much time. So on The Guardian, this is the leading story, and it talks about legacy of international tourneys. And it says how hosting mega events fail to catalyze infrastructural development. Now, there's a report here, and I want to just read this report because it's quite important that we take that. And it says, to date, nothing showcases the legacy of wastage, thievery, chicanery, and official corruption than the nation's sports industry. This is talking about Nigeria, that has become synonymous with like the jaw-dropping amounts of money that the country has spent on hosting mega events in the last 3 decades or thereabouts, but with commensurate development, sports infrastructure, and competencies. So when you think of our infrastructure in Nigeria, one thing I always say is we don't have a maintenance culture. We like to build. You build a roundabout, for instance, and then you come back and you say, oh, you know what? We don't need this anymore, and we break. We're so used to wastage. And for some weird reason, that has, is synonymous with corruption, because if you don't waste, if we don't break this thing, another person is not getting the contracts to be able to come to build that again. So why are we saying that? I mean, in 2024, I know when I was much younger, you saw the African Cup of Nations, Nigeria, Ghana. I remembered the song, the theme song so well. And so we're seeing times like this. Nigeria, that used to be the giant of Africa, a country that was so revered. where it's almost like a wasteland. We don't have infrastructural development. We don't have good security. We don't have tourism. And I'm taking this because you just talked about tourism. We don't have anything to show for it. So what is the way forward for Nigeria right now? I just need to get your take on this.
Well, you recall, I don't know whether it is Abu Karim that sang the song when Nigeria hosted the Commonwealth Games. When he said, when they call Waja, Koja, and you recall what really happened with I knew what really happened in this. I think it was Amos Adamu that was the DG of sport or whatever it was. I can't recall. But you recall, like it was pointed out in that report, you see, anytime any country hosts those mega events, it's just the paparazzi of it. It's just the PR side. At the end of the day, you just for example, what's the essence of Qatar hosting the World Cup? That at the end of the World Cup, they dismantle some of the stadiums, some of the infrastructures that are provided. Have no use, have no consequence. Thereafter, you look at Nigeria hosting major events, particularly under Obasanjo's administration. We hosted All African Games, we hosted Nations Cup, and then we even have the Commonwealth of. That was not a sporting event; but it was a political event where we hosted the Commonwealth head of state and what have you. Look at the number of vehicles they buy for protocols, and at the end of the day, I recall that of Commonwealth Games in 2003 or thereabout, whereby most of the vehicles that they bought disappeared. And what is the state of the Abuja Stadium that was constructed for that purpose? It's a story site. So as far as hosting of sporting events is concerned, it's just about making money for the boys, because how do you evaluate or how do you audit the resources that was expended on that outlandish projects? For example, some have clamored that Nigeria should host the World Cup. That if we host the World Cup, it will improve the infrastructure. We've hosted the Nations Cup. We've hosted under 17 World Cup.
Yes.
We hosted under 20 World Cup. So we've hosted under 20 World Cup. We hosted under 17 World Cup. Now, despite the fact that we did that, what has happened to National Stadium? I grew up in Lagos. I watch a lot of games. I watch a lot of games live as a young chap. National Stadium, I knew. In fact, I used to tell people that at the back end of the National Stadium, there is a part we used to pass through the canal to Yaba if you don't want to come through the stadium gate, so that you connect Yaba to connect buses. If you go to the back of that place now, when I went there late last year, I saw that all those canals have been converted to private property. Estates have developed in that end, Sule end to Yaba end. So what has happened to that National Stadium? If you take a trip to you feel sorry for this country. So as far as I'm concerned, hosting sporting events is just a major way of draining is a major way of enriching the people that are involved in that particular project, because it's like a pet project. It's like a pet project, like about blowing the ego of those that are in government at that particular point in time, and projecting the image and pride of your nation. And when when pride is at stake, if you are not careful, you can fall.
Oh, I mean, before a fall, I was just going to say that.
And so in most cases, it's about national pride. People talking about national pride. You must leave no stone unturned. And in the process of turning the stones, you can roll the stones over your citizenry by imposing everybody at the end of the project on the citizen. So as far as I'm concerned, it's just pure wastages of public funds that should have gone to other critical areas. You don't need sporting events to build your infrastructure. If you have a proper government in place, you build your infrastructure, you increase your tourism.
Yeah.
Once tourism brings money into your economy, other than spend the money you invest on major sporting events, I advise African countries to invest in their infrastructure. It will encourage tourism. People will come. They will come to your country, visit your cultural site. I have said it over time. What is the essence of going to a mountain in Jerusalem or going to a mountain in Mecca, where there are mountains in Nigeria? So if there's God in mountain in Jerusalem, if there's God in the mountain in Mecca, who are saying that there is no God in the mountain in Nigeria? That's the question I've asked, because it's omnipresent God, is present everywhere. So it's not limited to a space or a particular country. So we need to grow our own cultural sites too, so that people can come and visit those cultural sites. They can come and visit those religious sites, and they can have access to the God of these cultural sites too.
Well, speaking about hosting, on the Nature News, it says Nigeria to host ICID African Conference on Irrigation and Drainage. So we'll see how that goes. Anyways, we don't have enough time. Yes, you're going to say something.
When you host conferences, it's just to create jobs for the boys. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
At the end of the conference, whatever positions they come up with are not usually implemented. It's just talk shop and no workshop.
No workshop. Anyways, we want to say thank you. This is where we have to draw the curtain on this segment. We want to say thank you for coming. It's always a pleasure having you.
It's a pleasure hanging out with you this Friday morning.
Thank you.
Have a wonderful weekend.
You too. Thank you so much. Okay, we've been speaking with Jide Johnson as a chief lecturer at Nigerian Institute of Journalism, and we've just been reviewing the papers and taking the global stories on our national day list this morning. We're going to go on a short break, and when we return, we'll be looking at our first hot topic. Please stay with us.
I will take you through this.
Picture this. You're sitting at a table, ready to indulge in a mouth-watering meal. Stop. For many of us, it is hard to resist the temptation, especially when it comes to enjoying a juicy beef dish. But have you ever stopped to think about the impact of your food choices on the greater good? Our food choices have a great impact on others. The beef industry is one of the leading contributors to deforestation. As trees are cleared to make way for cattle ranching, it not only disrupts the delicate balance of ecosystems, but also contributes to climate change. We can make a difference with our choices. It does not mean we all have to become vegans overnight. Imagine enjoying fish and poultry a few times a week, indulging in beef just once a month, and filling our plates with plenty of plant-based goodness. Every little bit counts, and even small reductions in our intake can make a huge impact on the climate. By making smarter food choices, we're not only taking care of ourselves, but also the planet we call home. Remember, the choices we make today lead to a better tomorrow.
I will take you through this amazingness today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
It is not the hope of this feature to blame anyone for the never-ending tension between police and the citizens. However, it is certain that there is always a tension with most people when they approach a police checkpoint. Many factors are responsible for this tension, including not knowing what to expect or do, seeing the police as the enemy, or even being guilty of an infraction. Many issues that go wrong at a police checkpoint can be linked to lack of proper communication and understanding on the side of the police force and also on the side of the citizen. Here are some tips listed by the police force about comporting yourself at a police checkpoint. Endeavor to slow down your vehicle. It shows that you're not reckless. It also douses suspicion that you're a criminal and may want to speed off. Turn down the volume of your car stereo. Courtesy demands this. Besides, you are able to hear each other better. This simple act will help you win the confidence of the security operative. Keep your hands visible to avoid unnecessary suspicion or fear by the officers that you're attempting to bring out a gun or other harmful objects to attack them. Turn on the inner light of your vehicle while approaching the cops if at night. It readily sends an unspoken message that you have nothing to hide.
That's the nature of your job, officer. Don't worry. That's the nature of your Everything job, will be fine.
Be friendly and cheerful. Commend the officers, especially when you see them working under very unfriendly weather conditions such as rains and harsh Harmattan conditions, excessive heat, cold or sunshine. We know it's their job, but a little kind word from you will do a lot of good. Remember, when you smile at the mirror smiles back at you.
Officer will not come down.
Thank you for staying with us. You're still watching The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. It's time to take our hot topic, and this one talks about, well, the brouhaha in Rivers State. And the topic says, still no peace in Rivers political landscape despite peace agreement. Joining us to have a conversation is Godswill Jumbo. He's a former Rivers Chief Press Secretary to the Deputy Governor. Good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Yes, good morning, Plus TV Africa. My pleasure being with you again.
It's lovely having you. Okay, so we're talking about the political landscape in Rivers State. Now, we know all that has happened with the governor and his predecessor, Nyesom Wike, who is now the minister of the Federal Capital Territory in Abuja. But then there's still some form of tension. Now, there was an 8-point peace deal by the president that Governor Fubara had to sign. And he has come out to also say that people should not mistake that for weakness, and they would be surprised if they think he's a weak governor by signing that peace deal. Now, something else in the peace deal talks about local government elections that, well, the governor hasn't done yet, and there's a report that says the governor's blatant refusal to conduct local government elections goes to affect the extant laws of Rivers State and is a deliberate attempt to disrespect Mr. President. So we're seeing a lot happening from Rivers State, but I just want to get your thoughts on the recent happenings. What's happening in Rivers State from your own point of view at the moment?
Okay, I think it's a simple analogy. If you look at it, somebody, so to speak, according to his claims, imposed somebody as the governor of Rivers State. We do not argue with that. If he did, it's political elevation for the beneficiary.
Yeah.
But we also think that when you benefit people like that, then you stand back and allow the people to glorify you by performing well, by delivering on the mandates they have been, given by virtue of the office you have made them to benefit. But in this case, we didn't see that happen. At some point, there were disagreements in-house, and then it blew over. And somehow, while it was not desirable, but in a way, sometimes they say the end justifies the means. The governor was set up with the president, which the expectation was that he would turn down any overtures by the president, and then that would pitch him against the president. And nobody fights the president of Nigeria. The presidency of Nigeria is like an omnibus. You can't fight it, whether civilian or military. But somehow wisdom prevailed, and he agreed to the terms that were, put before him. As uncomfortable as they are, as unlawful, as unconstitutional as they are, he agreed to them. And he said his primary, consideration was that his people, the people of Rivers State, should live in peace, should thrive in peace. And then we have a situation where he started implementing them. He reappointed commissioners that resigned of their own volition, and several other things, But a lot of activities have come up. You see people who are lawfully no more members of the Rivers State House of Assembly converging somewhere and making threats at the governor, claiming they are amending extant laws of the states when they do not have any locus, they do not have any grounds, constitutionally speaking, to make such amendments. And then adding insults to the injury, threatening the governor, they will impeach him and things like that. So in a way, the governor needed to put them on notice that until you impeach him, so to speak, he is still the governor. And you shouldn't be surprised if he flings some surprises at you. But I think, looking at it, the president needs to call his appointee to order. If he came complaining to you about his governor in his state, and you intervened, and that governor has respected you as an elder, beyond being president, he respected you as an elder, as somebody who, should be his father. And he has gone to implement what you demanded of him. I mean, you should be able to call your own appointee and say, no, hello, sir, please, tone down. The rhetorics, we are becoming too much. You go to this event, you go to the other event, and you're saying things. Now, the issue of political leadership. You may not take actions, but your body language, the things you say, the rhetorics you deploy could actually, accentuate actions that could, cause crisis in the polity. So that's what we are having here. And unfortunately, we have too many elements in Rivers State who are latent, who are on standby to manifest different forms of crisis when the situation is, when the right atmosphere is created for them. And we don't want that. Rivers State needs to reactivate. So that is where we are. The FCT minister needs to be called to order. And the governor should be allowed to go about his normal duties. There is nothing he has done out of place. He has not denied anybody what they are supposed to get based on the peace pact that he signed up to. And the so-called House of Assembly people, ordinarily, they should be thrown out of the legislative quarters where they are living rent-free. Given that by virtue of the constitutional provisions of this country, there are no more, legislators. They are no more members of the Rivers State House of Assembly. They should be thrown out. But the governor has not thrown them out. He has not bothered about them. So why are they now being the ones?
But is it legitimate for House of Assembly members who were with a political party, who were elected in that political party, to still be able to perform their duties even when they've moved from that party? Is that even legal with our constitution?
That's the point I'm making. That legally speaking, in the eyes of the extant laws of this country, those 27 guys are no more members of the Rivers State House of Assembly. They are gone. It's a settled matter. If they have respect for themselves, they should go home on their own volition. They should pack out of the legislative quarters and just go home. As it is now, they are jobless. They are not members. They are not lawmakers anymore. The constitution is clear, and this has been contested up to the apex court, and the Supreme Court ruled that once you defect from the party that sponsored you to a public office and you decamp, once you decamp, you lose that office. It's automatic. Nobody needs to pour libation for them. Nobody needs to ring a bell for them. Nobody needs to, hit a town crier for them. If they have honor, if they have respect, if they have integrity, it is time to go home. It's a time to get, a delivery lorry and move their things out of the legislative quarters and just go home. There are no more legislators by virtue of the laws of this country. But they keep constituting a nuisance in Rivers State. They gather somewhere and over, a bottle of drinks, and they are making threats at the governor and all of that. That's not right. That's not right. This is not the character of Rivers people. And they should be able to respect the states where they emanate from. And we are not that kind of people. So they should. This is not a banana state. This is not a ragtag state where all kind of lawlessness should thrive. No. They should, if they are not living, then the institutions of state should be activated against them. Why is the police allowing them sit? Why?
Well, the peace deal,
allowing them sit?
Well, the peace deal says they should be recognized. The peace deal says they should be recognized. That's the peace deal from the president.
Well, the aspect of recognition was not clear. What was in the peace pact was for the governor to represent the state budget to them. But I'm sure the governor is dragging his feet on that because it's actually a clear-cut constitutional, breach. And I think the president shouldn't have added that to the list. Other things can be managed. But this is a clear-cut constitutional violation. And the president does not even have the power to begin to make that kind of, request, demand of any governor. He himself is the chief custodian of the ground of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Right. So him, as the president, commander-in-chief of the armed forces, should not even ask for that. You cannot ask a law you have been, by virtue of the office you occupy, you have been mandated to protect. You cannot ask another person to break that law. It is not right of the president to do that. And I'm sure that's why the governor is also pussyfooting about it. You understand? So we are not looking at that one at all. The lawmakers of their own volition, have put themselves in that situation. They should deal with it. Every other one, has he denied them the entitlements? They are being paid whatever it is that was outstanding during the time they were, existing as lawmakers. They are being sorted. So now they have exited themselves. What do they want? They want the law to be broken by a governor that was produced by the same law? Obviously not. Obviously not. Nigeria cannot move forward in the path of rectitude, in the path of egalitarian society, if we have to kowtow to things like this. So that is the issue.
Okay, so let's talk about the opposition party, the APC. Now, the caretaker chairman of the APC, Tony Okocha, had accused the governor of plotting to procure court injunctions to stifle the State House of Assembly from carrying out its functions. What do you think about this? I mean, there's been an 8-point peace pact that has, requested the governor to do certain things. But now even the opposition party is, saying that the governor is not sincere in signing that peace pact.
Okay, for Sir Tony Okocha, I think I will be a bit more, circumspect and reserved about talking about him. Incidentally, he is a very senior friend of mine. He was my boss. He was the chief of staff, government house, when I was the chief press secretary to the deputy governor. So, talking about my boss, I just have to be a bit. So, but I will try to manage the situation. I think that as the leader of the opposition party in the state, I think he should be able to manage his postulations, his statements. You cannot, how will I put it now? We're all working for peace. And then you are dropping elements that will convolute the polity, create situations that are undesirable. You cannot wake up and begin to, make claims that the governor is trying to. The governor does not need to procure any judgment to stifle a legislature that is not existing. Those guys are no more legislators. Those guys are no more lawmakers by virtue of the laws of this country. So the governor does not need to procure any judgment, and he has not made any efforts to procure any judgment against them. You fight what is existing. You bother about what is existing. I'm talking to you now because you are in studio, managing this news production, right?
Yes.
If you were not in that studio, who will I be talking to? So I won't be talking to somebody that is not there. So why would the governor bother himself about getting a court judgment to stifle a set of people that are not existing in the eyes of the law? He doesn't need it. Everybody can see he's been up and about trying to, reassess what is the economic situation of Rivers State. Can you imagine that for 8 years, No economic policy was implemented in Rivers State. No development strategy. Nothing. It's just rhetoric and noise everywhere. And then eventually, just about a few days before the expiration of the 8 years, you start building flyovers that solve no problem for the traffic situation in Rivers State. Every time when you deal with the rush hours in the morning or evening, there is always, a traffic situation around the flyovers. So at the end of the day, it solves no problem. No empowerment, no economic stimulants, nothing. States' economic assets that were developed by the previous administration were left to rot away. Infrastructure that were put in place by the present, by the outgone his predecessors, were all allowed to just waste away like that. And just noise everywhere. Now this young man has come in and he's trying to assess the situation and trying to jumpstart the state economically. And then all kind of distractions. I think the agenda is that at the end of the day, let it be that the 4 years will go. And then they will now say, okay, look at it now. He was busy fighting his former boss, so he couldn't do anything. And he is not a performer. I think that's the agenda. But I think he is also overriding all of that. He's overriding, he's smart. And, a lot of people are pushing advices to him, and he's paying attention to them. Rivers State needs to get back on track. Remember, during the Amechi administration, where Tony Okocha himself served, as the chief of staff to the governor, the Rivers State was competing economically with Lagos State. Now, as at that time, Lagos State was doing about 200 billion, IGRO a month, and Rivers State was trying to compete with that, trying to get to that level, alongside Kaduna State. Now, where is Rivers State? Where is Lagos State? So that's why we see all this as unnecessary. Tony Okocha should be a stakeholder. Is he happy that his own community, Rumigbo, is he happy the way Rumigbo is today, compared to when he was in government? When he was chief of staff, government house, he knows what was happening in Rumigbo. How about now? So I think.
So what's the way forward for Rivers State? What's the way forward now with all of this that's happening in the political climate? Yeah.
Yes. The way forward, bullet points. One, the president needs to call his appointee to order quickly. The president needs to call Nyesom Wike to order. He should concentrate on the job he has given him. Manage Abuja, fix Abuja, and stop all the drama with the natives and the aborigines and other property owners in Rivers State, in the FCT. He should stop all those drama. He should stop unnecessary interference in Rivers State. He should focus on the mandate he's been given. He's been given all kind of, leverages in terms of financial access, to be able to do his job. He should focus on that. The president needs to do that. Secondly, the INEC needs to act up on the 27 seats of the Rivers State House of Assembly. They need to be declared vacant, and an election should be conducted to fill those vacant spaces quickly. And then all political stakeholders, including the APC leadership in Rivers State, everybody needs to work with the governor to get Rivers State back on track. We are behind schedule. We are suffering. The people, no jobs, no business, everything is just like that. Imagine the quantum of pressure on, if you are just somebody in the family that it appears you are a bit, comfortable. The pressure from family members. Why? Because the jobs are not there. Because the business capitals are not there. So we need to get Rivers State back on track. Everybody should connect to that. The governor is not even politicking. He's not even using this to begin to curry favor from anybody. No, he's focused on the job. So everybody should just connect, give him the support he needs to get Rivers State up and running. So that's my own suggestion.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you for coming and just shedding more light on what's happening in Rivers State. We want to say thank you for coming.
I appreciate.
Thank you.
I appreciate. Thank you very much.
Have a good weekend. All right, we've been speaking with Godswill Jumbo. He's the former Rivers Chief Press Secretary to the Deputy Governor, and he was joining us from Bonny Island in Rivers State. And we've just been talking about what's happening in the political landscape of Rivers. Anyways, we'll look at how this story develops and see what happens. We'll go on a short break, and when we return, we'll be looking at our next hot topic. Please stay with us.
My name is Adejoke Lasisi. I'm the founder and creative director of Planet 3R. At Planet 3R, we convert textile and plastic waste into eco-friendly products. The motivation actually came from a rural community in Ibadan here. Whenever it rains, the whole place, people will not be able to go inside the community. If it rains overnight, people will not be able to go to school, they will not be able to go to work. Anytime the water now goes away, you now realize a lot of waste. And I was like, this is actually the root cause of this problem, improper waste management system. Then I look at it that, what can we do to solve this problem? And that was how I started using the weaving skill that I've acquired from my mom since I was 9 years old. Then I started using it to weave those waste to now make sure that we now convert them into beautiful items like bags, shoes, even clothing. I actually participated at Womenpreneur Season 3, that was 2021. One of the things I really gained at that time was business development. It's not just about the talent now or having to know how to convert the waste or having the idea, but to be able to put it into a successful business. I really appreciate what Access Bank is doing for entrepreneurs. Let us now say women now, because most of the time women don't really have much of these advantages. I love the fact that there's an initiative for women. I want to encourage you to make sure that you go and apply honestly. Your life will not remain the same again.
Thank you for staying with us. You're still watching The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. It's time for our next hot topic, and we're talking about defamation. Now, this says allegations of defamation treated as criminal cases in Nigeria. Now, joining us to have a conversation is a human rights lawyer, Justice Oyegbu. He's joining us from Abuja. Good morning, sir. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning. It is my pleasure once more.
Thank you so much. Okay, so we're talking about defamation. In Nigeria, if you look at the Constitution, Section 24 talks about defamation, and even the ECOWAS has said, that isn't really in line. It is unlawful to have that in our Constitution. But we're seeing cases of this. For instance, something that happened last year where someone had gone online to talk about a popular actress, and she was taken to court, and now, obviously, with that happening, we're seeing cases where when you say something about someone, it's almost like you really don't have your freedom of speech. And so if you have some form of defamation against anybody, it is treated as a criminal case in Nigeria. Since you're a human rights lawyer, what do you think about this? What do you think about the Constitution in regards to that section? And does this now ensure that we don't have freedom of speech anymore?
Well, it's not as if we don't have freedom of speech. The truth about it is that no right is absolute. And that is why the wisdom of the Constitution, if you go to chapter 4 of the Constitution, it talks about fundamental human rights and all the rights. And it's not like if you go to the section that deals with freedom of speech, freedom of person not to be subjected to inhuman treatment, torture, forced labor, and all that. Then you see that there are exemptions provided in that section about forced labor. For example, somebody who has willingly submitted himself to be a member of the police force or the military force and is being told or given an assignment to go and carry out the forced labor. because you have already on your own decided to be a member of that formation. So no right is absolute. There are no two ways about it. And secondly, in protecting your rights, you are not permitted to also trample upon another person's rights. And that is why the issue of fundamental human rights enforcement procedure or laws came into force. So yes, you have the right for freedom of speech, but the law did not permit you also to begin to demean or assassinate somebody's character for any reason. So that is just the law.
Okay, so SERAP, had come out to say sometime last year, and I would read this. This says the ECOWAS court has ruled in the suit brought by SERAP that Section 24 of Nigeria's Cybercrime Act is vague, arbitrary, and unlawful. So it is contrary to the rule of law for the police to charge anyone with supposed cyber stalking. Section 24 is invalid, and that is being said by SERAP. What do you think about this? Is Section 24 invalid?
Well, the truth is that is the African court, but you see, remember one thing is that the Constitution is our grand norm. And except any law that is outside the country that has been domesticated in Nigeria, that is the only way it will be valid and it will be applicable in Nigeria. So, as I speak to you, the 1999 Constitution, as amended, provided that any law that runs inconsistency to the Constitution, to the extent of its inconsistency, is not avoid. Yes, the ECOWAS court has its own provisions and all that. And if you also look at it, yes, even the African Charter of Peoples and Human Rights also has its own provision, which Nigeria has domesticated. So when you look at it, these are the side laws, and that is why most times we have what we call conflict of laws. And when there are conflict of laws, the law look at it, pari passu, they want to be followed and all the rest, and now try to, somehow augment it. So as far as I'm concerned, yes, anybody can go to court. For example, Nigeria is a member of ECOWAS. Anybody can go to court where you feel that you've not been treated well in Nigeria for one reason or the other. You can go to ECOWAS and all that. But for me personally, I still believe and I still feel and think that whatever happens, the constitution that we're operating in Nigeria, which is the 1999 Constitution as amended, is still our ground norm. So you must, at any point in time, work in tandem with the provisions of our constitution.
Okay, so I want to bring another story that had happened a few months ago, but is still in court. So now this talks about a young lady that bought a product, and she went on social media. I think it was a tomato paste product, and she went on social media and talked about how it tasted too sugary. And now this company has dragged her to court, saying there's a defamation. In fact, it seems like everybody just tries to throw that word around, especially when maybe someone critique you and it's not in your favor. Now, this lady is battling for her life because she's in court right now by this so-called company that produced this tomato paste. So I'm wondering, for a nation like Nigeria, how do we balance freedom of speech and protecting the individuals, protecting the citizen, making sure that, I can critique this person. It's not coming from a malicious point of view, but it is just me stating my own opinion. So how do we balance freedom of speech and protecting the Nigerian citizens?
Well, to me, the truth is that I don't see this one as an issue of freedom of speech. In law, we call it law of thought. In fact, it's a simple contract. Let me give you an example. Okay. When you go to the market to purchase any product from any company, you have entered into a contract with that company. And it is your duty to know what is happening. So if by any means or anyhow that you purchase the product and you use the product and it causes any problem or any harm to you, you even have the right to sue that particular company.
Sorry, say that again.
You have the right to sue that company. I said, if you have gone to the market to purchase any product from any company and you consume that product and it causes you health problem or health hazard, you have the right to sue that company.
Okay. Yeah.
You have the right to sue that company. But if you now come out and maybe broadcast it or hype it to be in the media domain. Yes, the company has a right to take you to court for either defamation or for assassination of or for anything, or for, in fact, for libel. But the truth is this: in law, truth is a defense in libel. So if the young lady can prove that yes, I am suffering health challenges as a result of this product that I took, with facts and figures, with medical evidence that it was as a result of the product she took that caused her this health harm. I mean, she will win the case. Because truth is a defense in libel.
So I'm just wondering, so is this a case of who went to court first? Because you said it, if you go and you buy a product and maybe it causes any health challenges, definitely you can sue the company. If on the other hand, you say something and you don't sue the company can go ahead and sue you. So is this a case of who goes to report first? And this is me coming to say this is what the company has done.
In fact, yes, that's how I look at it. Because in the case of Shaw, more against Shaw, there are so many decided cases on that. A lot of stuff. So, and that is why we should give our people orientation. When you purchase any product, and you take that product, and that product, one way or the other, cause you any health harm, and you can prove it that it's as a result of this product that you took that you're suffering or that has caused you health harm, you have every right to go to court because you purchased that product believing that product is good for your health. And at the end of the day, it wants to be a different thing. So there's no two ways about it. And remember, some of these companies, they advertise their products in the social media, on air and everywhere. And also let us understand, let us know that once they have done that, the company has entered into a social contract with the people. So a contract is already existing. So if you not take the product and it gives you harm, the company has breached the contract. So I have every reason to take them to court and seek for remedy.
So, but I'm just wondering why this is being treated as a criminal case. Do you think it has the severity of, being put behind bars or being, taken into custody? Is this supposed to be like a criminal case in Nigeria? Or is this something that's supposed to be like a slap on the wrist?
No. Ordinarily, I wouldn't know what happened because I've not been following that matter. I wouldn't know why the lady was arrested.
No, I'm just talking about even defamation in general. So even for the other lady who went on social media.
Yes, there is criminal libel. And there is libel under the civil. And that is why in the wisdom of the law, I think there is a law now on we call it VAB law, violence against persons and others. We call it VAB law that was passed into law a few years ago. In fact, VAB law has made it a criminal, has criminalized it. When you now do certain things against the wish of that person, or without informing them, or without the knowledge of that person. For example, you go and take the nude picture of a young man or a young woman and put it and post it on social media without the consent of that person. It's against the law now. The VAB law provides for that. Because this has been a problem. This issue of defamation, libel, it has been...
Even blackmail as well. Blackmail, because what you just said is almost like, sometimes they would blackmail you first.
Of course, it is blackmail. Not sometimes, it is blackmail. Because once you have taken somebody's picture or you do something that would demean the character of somebody without that person's consent, it is blackmail and it's a criminal offense. I think that is why the wisdom of the law, the VAB law. Remember that various states or regions, let me put it that way, have their own legal law that is operating. For example, in the Southeast, what they use here is the criminal code. And the criminal code also has a provision of criminalizing defamation and libel. That is where you get criminal libel and criminal defamation. Like in the North, where they use penal code. First, there's a provision like that. Then one in the West, what they use is criminal law of Lagos State. So these are the things. These are the particular law that is existing in that area that will apply.
So let's talk about the law enforcement. What do you think is supposed to be like the charge for things like this, or maybe the how do you charge these people? Are you supposed to give them fines, or maybe they have to like serve some sentence? How do we go about that?
Well, if you look at every
Hello, sir.
Hello?
Okay, I can hear you. You can go ahead, please.
Yeah. Every law has its own punishment. And most times the punishment always provides for a jail term, option of fine, or both. So it depends on the law that established or that made provision for such crime. It's not about the law enforcement agent, no. The law enforcement agents only do their job by investigating. In fact, the major duty of the law enforcement agent is to investigate. And catch costs. Are you with me?
Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah. So they will now look at the law and interpret the law of simplicity the way it should be. Every law makes provision for punishment. That is what we call the punishment section. So at times it could be jail term, at times it could be option of fine, at times it could be both. So that is the deal.
So if you were to give an advice to individuals or maybe organizations in this case that are facing allegations of, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
I'm saying if you were to give an advice on anyone who's facing such cases in Nigeria, how would you tell them to go about it? How would you advise them at this case? So let me just put myself in a case study. Maybe, for instance, there is someone who has said certain things about me that might not be true. Is it better for me to just take them to court, or is it better for me to have a conversation with them, telling them, take this down? If they don't, then do I now proceed to court? Or how do you just advise people who are in cases like this to go about it? And even the people on the other side, for instance, the person, how would the person plead their own case as well?
Well, the problem in Nigeria is that most times when people do certain things, they just get these things and put it on social media without knowing the implications of certain things they are doing. And some of them, and let me tell you for free, what they even do. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Like I was saying, when they do some of these things, they're only contacting you in order to blackmail you, in order to begin to ask for money. If you don't give us a certain amount of money, we're going to post this on social media. You see where the criminal aspect comes in. It becomes blackmail. It becomes intention.
Hello, sir. Hello, sir. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. So that is just the thing. The problem we have is that people in Nigeria do things on their own without knowing the implications of what they are doing. If for peradventure anybody, or discover that anybody has your nude picture or anything concerning you, any picture concerning you that you don't want to go to the public domain, well, I advise personally you call that person.
Yeah.
I don't want you. Set this thing down. And if the person refuses, and let there be evidence, either by text message or by WhatsApp message or a writing, and if the person will not set it down, you can now go ahead, report to the police.
All right. Well, this is all that we can take on this show today. Thank you so much for coming. It's always a pleasure having a conversation with you and just, talking about the law most times. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
All right.
It's my pleasure.
Same. Okay, we'll be speaking with Justice Uhegbu, who is a human rights lawyer. He was joining us from Abuja, and we're just talking about allegations of defamation treated as criminal cases in Nigeria. And that's it for our show. That's all that we can take today. But I want to remind you that today is International Day of the Conscience. Yes. And so the importance of observing the International Day of the Conscience lies in its invitation to reflect on our moral compass. In fact, it reminds us that most people possess a sense of right and wrong and understand the impact of their actions on others. So this is just telling you this weekend, you should have that sense of right and wrong. You should have your moral compass. Know what is good, know what is evil, and understand the impact of your actions on other people as well. Well, yes, this is it for the show today. This is where we draw the curtain and wrap it up. It's been amazing having the breakfast with you today. I'll see you again on Monday. My name is Rume Paulson. Have an amazing weekend.
An African girl somewhere is sitting at home, accompanied by dreams that seem so far away. Africa is one of the continents with the highest out-of-school percentage in education, and girls are at an early disadvantage. The sub-Saharan Africa records about 18 million out-of-school girls. This gender gap extends to the tech space with a projection of only a 33% global female workforce representation in tech firms for 2022. Let us help change the stories and numbers. Africa Agility's Project Train a Girl campaign is working to help train African girls in tech. You can donate as little as $2 or 2,000 naira to help a girl in tech get her heels in the door. Visit www.africaagility.rallyup.com/PTAG to donate.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them.
If you no talk, then go beat you.
Now 2,500 they pay.
Fever is a clinical condition where there's an elevation of the body temperature above normal. Many times, the regular body temperature is between 35.5 degrees Celsius to about 37.4 degrees Celsius. Anything above that can be classified as fever. In some cases, there's a difference between fever and hyperthermia. Especially when the person has been exposed to a hot environment, coming out from a hot sun, or a natural raised body temperature. But aside that, once there's a raise in body temperature beyond 37.4, you can classify that as fever. There are several causes of fever in children. One of them includes sepsis. Sepsis means the invasion of the body by microbes, by bacteria, or by microbes generally, which could be either bacteria, fungi, or even virus, right? That is sepsis. Okay, it could be parasitemia, especially more in our local environment where there's malaria. Okay, it could cause fever. Other conditions could be dehydration is one major cause of fever, just like a regular car. When there's an overheating, you know that the water is drying up. The same way it is even in a child, especially when they are dehydrated, they are prone to having fever. These are the major causes of fever. There are several other causes of fever that can happen, but key factors are: one, sepsis, which is the invasion of microbes, and especially when there are open wounds, where maybe there's poor hygiene in situations where there's stooling and vomiting. There could be inhalation of microbes. An example, in cases of asthma, bronchopneumonia, there would always be fever. So most of these clinical conditions where there are infective causes will produce fever. Other causes, like I've just said, parastemia, things like especially malaria, will produce fever. And lastly, dehydration will produce fever. Well, practically, fever in itself is a symptom. So what are the symptoms to look out for in fever? Is the raised body temperature. But more importantly, when there is a raised body temperature, it comes occasionally with some degree of weakness, some degree of unwellness. Many other times, the fever could come with thirst. There could be a need for a lot of thirst. That's when you also know that dehydration is one of the causes. One of the other things to look out for is any other surrounding symptom around that fever. And of course, any other surrounding symptom. For example, open wounds, like I've said, and any form of infection. First, every mother should have a thermometer. You don't say that my child has fever because you touched the child. Oof, it's hot. Fever is not measured by your hand. It's measured by a certain device called a thermometer. And it's simple. There's a handheld thermometer and there is the thermometer, the auxiliary thermometer or the mercury thermometer. Now, this particularly tells you this fever. The moment you notice fever in your child, that's not when you're rushing to get all kinds of syrup. The first thing is to expose that child. Now, one thing I failed to mention is that fever sometimes could come with chills, depending on the age of the child, come with chills. In worsened situations for older children, it could come with rigor. So that person, the child is feeling cold and asking to turn off all the fan, and in other conditions is already shaking. Now, this shakiness is because the body is trying to produce heat, and so is vibrating, all right? Now, when you notice that because the child is feeling cold doesn't necessitate covering and turning on the fan. No, that's even when you expose. That's when you want to tepid sponge. Tepid sponging means dipping a towel into normal water and tabbing over the body. It's not bathing with cold water or ice-blocked water, right? So you use normal water and tepid sponge, wrap around until that temperature comes down. If that temperature is not able to come down with that, you can advance to the use of simple drugs like paracetamol. The use of paracetamol has almost no contraindication, especially if you follow the prescription. So when you use it the first time, you could do as much as 6 hourly, all right? But if you do for 1, 2, 3 times, and this fever is relapsing and going and coming back with the use of paracetamol, I think that's the right time to go to your doctor. Now, many times many mothers want to use ibuprofen. I don't recommend that you go as far as using ibuprofen. You could use it, but use it on your way to the hospital to see your doctor. So basically, fever is one of the most predominant conditions in children, and it can, if not properly managed, especially in children between the ages of 6 months to 6 years, it can result into something we call febrile convulsion, where the child begins to shake, and of course that damages the brain. So in other words, you must prevent the escalation of fever by constantly controlling it. And if you do that for 24 to 48 hours and that child is not getting better, I advise you go see your doctor. My final word is that fever is not a symptom on its own. Many things cause it.
Good morning to you. I am Justin Akadonye, and this is the news brief on Plus TV Africa. President Bola Tinubu has called on ECOWAS member states to come together, strengthen ties, and reject forces bent on causing division within the community. Speaking at the inauguration of the 6th legislature of the ECOWAS Parliament on Thursday in Abuja, Tinubu, who is the chairman of the bloc of heads of state and government, said regional solidarity is imperative to strengthen the bloc's resilience and effectiveness at this critical juncture. He emphasized that member states cannot afford to remain passive spectators while the community faces the threat of disintegration.
Evident that we face profound challenges in our region that demand our unified effort. Recent political developments have consequential effects on each of our member states. 3 member states considering withdrawal from the community is a challenge to us. We must preserve the unity and integrity of our organization. The ball is in your court, in your legislative considerations, and in your various interactions. It is very imperative that you take seriously to think and build our intellectual curiosity to develop our region.
And now to security matters. The Defense Headquarters has released the names of terrorist kingpins killed during different operations in the northern part of the country. The DHQ noted that the terrorist commanders were killed in separate operations between January and March this year. The Director, Defense Media Operations, Major General Edward Buba, while revealing the names to journalists during a briefing in Abuja, said a total of 2,351 terrorists were killed, while 2,308 were arrested, while 1,241 kidnapped hostages were rescued during the period under review.
We have employed significant firepower to neutralize several terrorists as well as disrupt their activities. Troops have killed several of their leaders, their commanders, and their foot soldiers within the period. Significant commanders killed. Additionally, the troops of Operation Delta Safe recovered over 200 assorted weapons and destroyed 685 wooden boats, 8,416 assorted ammunition were recovered, and equally destroyed 655 illegally or illegal refining sites.
Well, staying with security matters, the troops of 6th Brigade Nigerian Army in a swift and successful operation have demolished the kidnappers' den, rescued a victim, and apprehended 3 suspected kidnappers in Taraba State. The operation, which took place in Kofa, Adamu village of Takum local government area, resulted in the safe release of a victim held captive by the criminals. Acting on credible intelligence regarding the activities and hideout of the suspected kidnappers who abducted Mr. Hussein Adamu on March the 26th in Kofa Adamu village and demanded a ransom of 2 million naira, the troops from the 93 Battalion Subsect 3A OPWS swiftly moved in and cordoned off the area and eventually rescued the victim. Now, the Inspector General of Police, Kayode Egbetukun, has announced that 9 persons have been arrested in connection with the killings of police officers in the Ueli area of Delta State. He said those arrested are currently providing the force with information that will assist in the arrest of those involved in the killings. The 6 officers were killed at Ohoro Forest in the Ueli North local government area of the state on the 23rd of February. And the deaths came almost at the same time. 17 military personnel were murdered in the oil-rich Delta State. During their burial last week, military authorities vowed to hunt down the mastermind of the attack, but insisted that development will not deter them from stamping out criminals from the country. And now operatives of the Ezinze division of the Enugu State Police Command have rescued victims allegedly kidnapped by suspected gunmen along Eke Ebe Road in Udi local government area. Enugu police spokesman Daniel Ndokwe, while confirming the incident, said the victims, who were kidnapped around 4:45 p.m. on March the 31st, were rescued around 6:15 p.m. the same day by the police with the neighborhood watch group after a fierce gun duel with the criminals, who abandoned the victims and fled. The command said its rescue operation was in swift response to the information it received about the attack on the victims, who were plying the road in two Mercedes-Benz Formatic jeeps and were later abducted into the forest. He added that further operations to hunt down the abductors are ongoing. And now to court matters. The arraignment of Binance Holdings Limited and one of its senior executives, Tigray Gambarayan, has been stalled at the Federal High Court, Abuja. The arraignment could not go on as the second defendant, Gambarayan, has not been served with the charge by the Federal Inland Revenue Service, FIRS. At the day's proceedings, his counsel, Tonye Kukubo, drew the attention of the court to the fact that his client, whom the federal government scheduled for arraignment, does not have an idea of the charges against him. Counsel for the service told the court that the FIRS on the second defendant has been difficult as he, or service on the second defendant rather, has been difficult as he has been in custody. He prayed for the court to grant leave so the defendant could be served in court. Justice Emeka Nwite subsequently adjourned till 19th of April for arraignment in the FIRS suit. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, has filed a 6-count charge against Idris Olarinwa Jokone, popularly known as Bobrisky. He will be arraigned today before Justice Abimbola Awogboro of the Federal High Court, Lagos, while the first 4 count of the charge borders on abuse of the Naira. The last 2 counts border on alleged money laundering. In the charge sheet filed by the EFCC prosecutor, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Rotimi Oyedepo, alongside 7 other lawyers, Bobrisky in the first count is alleged to have tampered with the sum of 400,000 naira by spraying same or dancing at a social event at the IMAX Circle Mall, Lekki, Lagos. Meanwhile, Bobrisky has failed to meet the bail conditions granted him by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission. Now, the spokesperson for the commission, Dele Oyewale, confirmed the report of his bail and failure to meet the conditions in a telephone interview with our correspondent last night. The Code of Conduct Tribunal has suspended the chairman of the Kano State Public Complaint and Anti-Corruption Commission, Muyi Magaji, following allegations of misconduct and breaches of public officers' conduct. Magaji, who is facing charges ranging from alleged conflict of interest to false asset declaration and accepting bribes, was arraigned in Abuja on Thursday. And now to Kano State, where the governor, Abba Kabir Yusuf, has set up 2 judicial panels to probe misappropriation of government assets and cases of political violence in the state. The 2 panels are to unravel those involved in misappropriating the public properties and political violence between 2015 to 2023. Inaugurating the panels on Thursday, the governor vowed to bring those indicted for the crimes to book. He noted that investigating the misappropriation of public assets was part of the promises he made during his inauguration. He said, quote, "Political violence is a major setback to democracy worldwide. It leads to loss of lives and property, as well as mistrust on the part of the people and those in power." End of quote. The 7-man investigative panel sitting over the alleged misconduct of the Deputy Governor of Edo State, Philip Shaibu, has again adjourned for another day. Thursday's move is sequel to the non-appearance of counsels to the defense. In harsh tones, members of the panel shared ideas about the situation and reached a conclusion. The adjournment has again become imperative to give the defense another chance to make their appearance. Before the adjournment was declared by the chairman of the panel, Justice S.A. Amonra, retired, the panel frowned at the way the press reported the sitting of the panel on Wednesday, which was the inaugural session. And now to Rivers State, where the governor, Siminalayi Fubara, has said any changes to the list of caretaker committee members of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, in the province were not in line with the original agreement. Fubara vowed that it would not be accepted. The governor spoke at the Port Harcourt International Automobile Spare Parts Trading and Commercial Center located around Elelengwo, Umukurushi.
We had a meeting and we agreed that not just in Rivers State, but all the states affected, that the A schools should be extended for 3 months. This extension is not bringing in new names. The extension also did not say you're working without the authority of the governor. So for those lists you saw, and those ones altered, I can assure you it's not going to stand. For record purposes, so that you understand, we also agreed that we are going to have, in fact, there is a NEC meeting on the 18th of this month that should ratify that decision.
Staying in Rivers State, the state chapter of the All Progressives Congress has alleged that the governor, Siminalayi Fubara, is plotting to procure interim orders to declare the State House of Assembly illegal. Also, the state's main opposition party said Fubara's outburst on Wednesday while addressing members of the Nigerian Union of Local Government employed in Government House, Port Harcourt, the state capital, was drumming war and disrespect for President Bola Tinubu. The state APC Caretaker Committee Chairman, Tony Okocha, disclosed this during a media briefing in Port Harcourt on Thursday.
Governor Fubara's warning of springing unpleasant surprises, if there, is to Mr. President, then it is the highest height of insult to Mr. President and the office of President. 2, if the threat is to the Speaker and other 26 members of the Rivers State House of Assembly, who have been asserting their independence and consistent with the principles of separation of powers and checks and balances, and in making laws and promoting laws for the prosperity of Rivers State, then the governor groups again. If this threat is targeted at the All Progressive Congress Rivers State, who has sustained its role as main opposition party in the state, and had remained unequivocal and vehement in speaking for the mass of our people, including the downtrodden, then he misfired as usual. That threat is empty, completely empty. 4, if the threat is to his estranged benefactor, who is His Excellency Ian Wike, Honorable Minister of FCT, then it will not be out of place to define Governor Fubara as a serial ingrate.
You're still watching the news brief on Plus TV Africa. Will take a quick break now and return with more stories. Do join us again.
My name is Adejoke Lasisi. I'm the founder and creative director of Planet 3R. At Planet 3R, we convert textile and plastic waste into eco-friendly products. The motivation actually came from a rural community in Ibadan here. Whenever it rains, the whole place, people will not be able to go inside the community. If it rains overnight, people will not be able to go to school, they will not be able to go to work. Anytime the water now goes away, you now realize a lot of waste. And I was like, this is actually the root cause of this problem, improper waste management system. Then I look at it that, what can we do to solve this problem? And that was how I started using the weaving skill that I've acquired from my mom since I was 9 years old. Then I started using it to like weave those waste to now make sure that we now convert them into beautiful items like bags, shoes, even clothing. I actually participated at Womenpreneur Season 3, that was 2021. One of the things I really gained at that time was business development. You know, it's not just about the talent now or having to know how to convert the waste or having the idea, but to be able to put it into a successful business. I really appreciate what Access Bank is doing for entrepreneurs. Let us now say women now, because most of the time women don't really have much of these advantages. I love the fact that there's an initiative for women. I want to encourage you to make sure that you go and apply honestly. Your life will not remain the same again.
Welcome back to News Brief to other parts of Africa now. The former South African Speaker of Parliament has been arrested over allegations that she received about $135,000 in bribes in the latest corruption scandal to face the governing African National Congress ANC party. Mosiviwe Mpamisa Nkakula turned herself in to police in the capital, Pretoria, and was taken to Pretoria's magistrate court, where she was released on 50,000 rands in bail. She was charged with 12 counts of corruption and 1 count of money laundering. Mapisa Nkakula maintained her innocence and suggested the charges against her were politically motivated, with the country set to hold national elections later this year. And outside the continent now, the Israeli military has halted leave for all combat units amid concerns of a possible escalation in violence after the killing of Iranian generals in Damascus this week drew threat of retaliation. Iran has vowed revenge for the killing of 2 of its generals along with 5 military advisors in an airstrike on an Iranian diplomatic compound in the Syrian capital Damascus on Monday. It was widely believed to be an Israeli attack, one of the most significant yet on Iranian interest in Syria, which Israel has neither confirmed nor denied, and which carries the risk of further inflaming the region. Well, let's talk business. Now, the federal government's move to revise electricity tariffs is set to deliver a 52% cut in monthly subsidy expenses. Now, the reduction will see the current 261.2 billion naira figure fall to around 125.94 billion naira, unlocking a significant 135.26 billion naira in monthly fiscal savings. The heart of Nigeria's political power, Abuja, harbors the most considerable congregation of premium electricity consumers classified under Band A, who will invariably bear the brunt of this cost recalibration. Electricity customers are divided into different tariff classes within various service bands determined by the level of electricity consumption and the type of connections they have. The service bands range from Lifetime or Lifeline to E, with Lifeline being the category for the most economically vulnerable consumers who use a very small amount of electricity. In entertainment news, now Nigerian singer Tiwa Savage has announced the release date for her highly anticipated debut movie, Water and Gari. Savage, who had previously teased fans about her entry into the film industry, announced the highly anticipated release date on social media on Thursday. She disclosed that the movie will be released on May the 10th via global streaming giant Prime Video. The movie is executive produced by Tiwa Savage and takes its title from her latest EP, Water and Gari. And that's the news brief. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, on X, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channels at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Justin Akadonye. Many thanks for watching.
kid. I will take you through this amazing lesson today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Our growing-up memories are often fragments, brief moments, or a canter, which together form the scrapbook of our life. There we derive the wisdom and knowledge, so deep that they cannot be wished away. My name is Professor Deji Fashui, and here are my good old days reminiscences. Although I was born in Akure, Ondo State, my dad, Chief Gabriel Oluwadare Fashui, hailed from Ilogbo Ekiti, Ido-Osi, local government area of Ekiti State, and Mom, Florence Idowu Fashui ni Afolabi from Ado Ekiti. Dad retired as the program manager of Ondo State Agric Development Program, while Mom retired as a senior matron in various government hospitals in Ondo State and later Ekiti State. As the second child of 6, growing up was beautiful as we were categorized among children of the elites in a completely egalitarian society where civil service was a leveler and devoid of the present commonplace of bribery and corruption. In those days, anyone living beyond his means was immediately ostracized and seen as a leper by the community. Only permanent secretaries could ride Mercedes and Volvo cars. The saving grace for a lot of public civil servants then was the Udoji Lajes. My mom was one of the beneficiaries. As a nurse, she was able to buy her first car, a Datsun 180K, sometimes in 1975. Prior to that period, the whole family had to make do with my father's Peugeot 504, and of course a manually driven car. Don't just start imagining how the whole family will cramp themselves up in that car for a family outing. Yet we were generally contented and there was dignity in labor. In those good old days, education was compulsory and largely free at primary school level for everyone in the southwestern part of Nigeria, including Akure where I grew up. There was no class discrimination or distinction in schooling as virtually all schools were government owned. I remember with nostalgia that my parents decided to allow us go to St. James's Primary School barefooted like other children, not because they couldn't afford the shoes, but because we must not be different from other pupils. I ended up becoming the senior prefect of the primary school, representing the school in various debates and quiz competitions frequently organized by government at the time. I left St. James's Primary School for the prestigious Christ School Ado Ekiti, where I had the greatest foundation and molding, like many other peers at that time. Those days in Christ School Ado Ekiti afforded us the opportunity of meeting colleagues from different ethnic groups in Nigeria, especially those from the eastern and midwestern part of Nigeria. We cultivated their cultures and found a blended midpoint of interaction devoid of animosities. We were simply members of the same family. Till date, most of us set mates as of that time still find it funny reliving our lives and times at Christ School. Still, no class segregation in spite of our individual achievements. Nobody cared if you are a high court judge, captain of industry, governor, or a big name somewhere. Everybody goes by his first name, and your name is your name. God save those of us with bad aliases in those days. Mine shouldn't be called in public. Please don't come on this thread and spill it out. Oh, don't just come and spill it out. Exciting good old days. My undergraduate days at the University of Ibadan were also relished with nostalgia. Life was simply good and a lot tolerable. It was survival of the fittest, as nobody tells you when to wake up, eat breakfast, or go to class. It was my first total freedom from home, and I did not bungle the opportunity as some of our friends were christened NFA, no future ambition. Life was not as riotous as it is today, although there were few cases of spoiled brats who will do anything to lure us to exotic life of on campus. But I was already fully formed in the secondary school and the Christian ethos were never compromised. I must confess, we had our own fair share of pranks in those days too. Dad and Mom, if you are listening, let me apologize in advance for this disclosure. I remember we would steal Dad's car key for some midnight parties without his knowledge, even while living under the same roof. We would push out the car outside the compound before starting the engine, travel occasionally with the car, arrive back home safely before the family morning prayers, wash the car, and we would pour a lot of cold water on the bonnet to cool the hot engine, to forestall suspicion of a hot engine, particularly from our FBI trained investigator mom, who was sure to spot any infraction. Anyway, it is what it is. Guys must be guys. In all of this, we did not lose sight of the lessons. We were taught and we imbibed the ideals of hard work, which we were told to be the prelude to a successful life. We were taught that nothing good comes cheap, and that there is no shortcut to success in life than hard work and commitment to your chosen career. Those lessons paid off and helped a great deal in my rise through the ranks to become a professor and the Dean of the Faculty of Agricultural Sciences in Ekiti State University. I must not fail to mention that my journey in life took me at some point to the eastern part of Nigeria, where I had my youth service and my master's program. In those days, the East welcomed me with open arms. It gave me the best opportunity of appreciating the culture, mentalities, norms, and idiosyncrasies of others, and the need for a harmonious relationship. This taught me a lot of tolerance with the understanding of different cultural backgrounds. I was fully accepted into their fold. I had cordial and almost filial relationship with my supervisor, Professor F.C.O. Bioa, who took me as a son. And on a lighter note, I almost brought home an Igbo lady as a wife. Those were days when we saw each other as one, unlike today when the apparent divide is very disturbing. Talking about passion, my experience in the computer world woke up my latent talent in ICT, and this motivated me to later establish a computer outfit in Akure, Ondo State called Workman Computers. This company was an instant success, even though with a lot of rough takeoff. Workman is still flourishing under the management of my wife while I've taken to academics. Another big lesson in entrepreneurship. My worry is the continual slide in our social values with a concomitant depreciation in ethos of hard work and dignity in labor. Unfortunately, our new generation of youths have stood these ideals on their heads, believing that they can start life from the peak of life. The current situation and mindset of a sizable number of our youth stem from the growing decadence of our society and the lack of proper planning for the teeming youth by the successive governments in Nigeria. We seem to continuously mortgage our future by disregarding the spate of the conscienceless youths we breed today. Concerted effort must come from parents, opinion leaders, government, religious leaders, teachers, at all levels of education, and the youths to correct this cankerworm which makes us appear to be sitting on a keg of gunpowder. All hope is not lost. I am a believer in a Nigeria that will work. I hold on tightly to the tiny but strong rope of hope that with a will to make the difference, we can change the narrative. Our children must learn from those rosy days of ours. Take the lessons, enjoy the tales, and make a positive move towards surpassing our modest achievements. Yes, it can happen. Proudly a Rotarian, I therefore join Sir Shemori Badejo in this collective patriotic drive towards a greater tomorrow for our youths. And even for us too, it is possible. It is achievable. Thank you and God bless.
The Nigerian government says the move to revise electricity tariffs is set to deliver a 52% cut in monthly subsidy expenses. It said the reduction will see the current 261.2 billion naira figure fall to around 125.94 billion naira, unlocking a significant 135.26 billion naira in monthly fiscal savings. The heart of Nigeria's political power, Abuja, harbors the most considerable congregation of premium electricity consumers classified under Band A, who will invariably bear the brunt of this cost recalibration. Now, the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission, NERC, has ordered all distribution companies, DISCOs, to automatically downgrade any Band A feeder that does not enjoy the minimum requirement of 20 hours per day power supply for 7 consecutive days. This order formed part of the service delivery commitments for every DISCO, in line with the supplementary order to the multi-year tariff order MITO 2024 released by NERC with effect from April the 3rd this year. NERC also said that where the DISCO fails to deliver on the committed level of service on a Band A feeder for 2 consecutive days, the DISCO should publish on its website by 10 a.m. the next day an explanation of the reasons for the failure and update the affected customers on the timeline for restoration of service to the committed service level. On the show today, we'll keep our eye on the electricity tariff increment and implications to household businesses, and we'll see if we can make some sense out of it. Welcome to Business Insights on Plus TV Africa. I am Justin Akadonye. All right, before we get into the discussion proper, I have my guest standing by, but before I get to introduce him, more often than not, businesses are fixated on growth. However, experts are taxing entrepreneurs on audits to ensure the healthiness of their ventures. This came up on the sidelines of the Lean Simple Strategy Growth Conference, which was held in Lagos. Details now.
I will take you through this amazing lesson today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
We apologize that we couldn't take that report. We'll try and bring you that report subsequently. Let's just move to the crux of the issue of the day. The revision of electricity tariffs in Nigeria is a complex process that takes into account several key assumptions. Now, these factors are not only crucial, but also intricate, forming the backbone of the cost-reflective pricing model adopted for electricity tariffs. Now, I have the immediate past president of the National Union of Electricity Employees, Engineer Dr. Martin Ikechukwu Uzoegwu, joining me now to make some sense out of this recent development. Many thanks for joining me, Engineer Uzoegwu.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me. Good morning.
It is our pleasure. Let's just start carte blanche and just get your candid opinion, really. Are you in support of the new tariff regime for electricity consumers? Engineer?
I saw it. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Yeah, just like any other Nigerians, we saw it in the media, where the NEC announced the increase in the electricity tariff. Yeah, though it wasn't a shocking news, because I know that they have long expected to release such information to the public, even when the IMF and the World Bank has advised Nigerians to remove the subsidy on electricity. Of course, that will translate increase in the tariffs. So I believe that is on the part of insensitivity coming from the regulators at this point in time, where Nigerians are facing serious hardship. There is economic crisis, minimum wage of 30,000 was not or has not been paid. The new minimum wage, which the labor is being negotiated with the government, has not been concluded. The market women, the youths, everybody is suffering at this point in time. There is fuel crisis. At this point in time, fuel is almost 730 naira, between 700 and 730 naira per liter. So I think that this is not the right time to release such information, exploit Nigerians in this regard, because electricity is the essential service commodity where even the poor of the poorest can have access to, especially those in the rural areas. Yes, I can understand that they try to be able to push it to those who are in Band A areas that are falling into a Band A. It has a certain feeder, which is called a premium feeder, or a feeder that will always give them 20 hours minimum of supply. But one could ask, how many of the populations are using such a feeder? And besides, what is the generation at this moment that can even sustain such feeder for 20 hours? So I think the government need to sit down and look at all these things holistically and declare state of emergency in the electricity sector. Because if we continue this way, I don't think we are going to make any headway. Before privatization, or 10 years down the line, after privatization, because privatization was around 2013, up to this moment, this is 10 years after privatization, we are still talking about 4,000 megawatts, between 3,005, 4,000, 4,002. And one could ask, within this period, government has increased the tariff for almost 5 times. So what really happened? Has there been a commensurate increase in the development of electricity sector? The answer is no, because if we have such, I think we should be talking about 10,000 megawatts, based on the fact that the discos have recouped their investments, the return on investment, based on the increase in electricity. But at this point in time, how do we believe that this particular increase will translate to economic development and infrastructure development of that sector? So I think that we need to look at it holistically, go back to the drawing board, and bring all stakeholders.
Okay, engineer, I still really want to understand it for sake of clarity, because they've talked about these Band A customers, and most people still don't understand, because sometimes in their axis they do get to enjoy electricity supply for 20 hours. who exactly make up these Band A customers? Is it a thing of location or what exactly? Because sometimes even those that do enjoy this 20-hour minimum wage, sometimes about a week or so, they don't even get to enjoy this power. How does it really work?
Yeah, the Band A, they normally regard them as premium customers. In fact, a feeder is being dedicated, and mostly that feeder, are always the 33 kV circuit that uses a 33 kV 415 volt transformers. So they expected that those feeders, before it gets to the actual distribution network at the locations, majorly the customers are under feeders, and expected that those feeders will continue to remain on. But most times you discover that even those feeders, there could be forced outage on that feeder. There could be imagine location, because location in the sense that is mostly those living in urban areas that are assigned to such. So I believe that they designed that for them. But the concern is, how consistent would that be? Those people, they enjoy 20 hours minimum. What if there are situations where there is a collapse, where there are situations that are forced outages or emergency outages? What happened in between the line? Will you still charge them based on that? So that is the question everybody needs to answer.
Okay, now there are lots of reactions and counter reactions concerning this, and we're getting feelers from Nigerians from a poll that was made. And some people believe that as long as it affects one group, the bulk of Nigerians might not really see the need to join the affected group in protest. And eventually people are saying that this increment might even spread to other groups, and the so-called Band A group will say when theirs were increased, no one protested. But as it is right now, how consistent is this increment? Is this something that's just for Band A, or do we see it spreading to other bands in the near future, in your opinion?
No. Based on this experience and our observations, it's definitely going to spread to other bands, because they are equally using electricity, and it's a product that resources have been put into to generate. So it's not going to tie to only on one band, but the percentage of increase could equally be reduced based on the bands which is being allocated to such feeders. Like you have in Band A that they have a 20 hours minimum supply. Then you have Band B, which has about 16 hours minimum. You have Band C that has about 12 hours minimum. Cascaded like that, you Band D that has 8. Then the last is the Band E that has 4 hours, which is definitely dedicated to the rural areas. But definitely, as long as they are using the electricity, as long as the infrastructures are being tied to their network, as long as they are being connected to the grid, of course, there is a ripple effect. They should equally expect a slight increase in that area. So it's not all about the Band A. But of course, the government will equally project Band A as the only area that they are concentrating. But behind, you can see some of the increase.
All right.
That may come up.
Okay. Okay. In the introduction of the show, Engineer, government is saying that there is going to be some sort of savings, from this new development. It said that the reduction will see the current 261.2 billion naira figure fall to around 125.94. Government believes there is going to be some savings for them, by this new development. But the question right now is that what factors do they really consider before they arrive at these figures? Because there's been talk of increase in gas price and everything. How did they really arrive at such figures right now?
Yeah, I think that's the question Nigerians need to ask. They came up with figures of the amount of money that they have spent in subsidizing electricity for over 5 years. So one would wonder, how did they come about these figures? Now, 2024 alone, government is expected to subsidize electricity to the tune of 1.6 trillion. 1.6 trillion for 2024. Now, one would wonder, what are the criteria? What are the numerical indices that they use to be able to arrive at this point? So I hope ask questions about all this. For us, I believe that definitely power supply helps the investors. In fact, helps every economy to drive and develop every country. Now, if Nigeria, as a case study, is having 4,000 megawatts for the past 10 years, and nothing much has been put in place to be able to get to the level that we can still talk about 10,000, 15 to 20,000 megawatts at this point. With the population of 200 million, more than 200 million, how then do you think that this will translate to the increase in the development of the country, or putting more money into the government coffers? This is a way of enriching the coming on and on. And what happened? You can't talk about having a transformer issue in your area and you see them coming to your aid. You can't talk about meter. Government supposed to provide, the investors supposed to provide energy meters, but are they doing that? No. So where are this money going to? So how are we sure that this particular one will still translate to having more money in the government coffers? So I believe there is a lot of quagmire about this, and Nigerians need to start asking questions about this.
Okay, engineer, in my head, I'm still thinking about why segregate, customers or consumers to various bands. Ordinarily, I feel, in my opinion, that everyone is supposed to enjoy power, electricity for about 24 hours. So why segregate? Some people will get to enjoy 24 hours, others 20, 16, just like that. Does it really make economic sense?
Yeah, actually, it doesn't, because one is that so when you didn't start the foundation on the right foot, that is what you experience. The workers of electricity mentioned this, saw it coming during privatization, and they resisted it vehemently. That Nigeria, for now, doesn't have the capacity to privatize this industry, that this industry should be allowed, government should equally commercialize, let people generate the electricity themselves, while the government continue to fund the government-owned entity. But this privatization was done at gunpoint and sold to the investors who doesn't have the capacity to run it. In fact, they came up with that those people who are going to buy these investors should be able to have the foreign direct investment, should be able to have the technical ability and managerial capacity. But none of these things are put in place. And it was sold to them in this situation. So I believe that if you have the right people, the right competent people to be able to manage this industry, there shouldn't be any segregations of who should be in a band A or band B or band C, because all of them are still, everybody says electricity is an essential service and commodity, and people should not be sidelined, especially when you are being supply such electricity. It's like having a pole, and when you have a pole, you say that this pole is dedicated to A, this pole is dedicated to B, and both of them probably could be on the same parallel, and when there is supply in A, the person in B will not see supply, but they are living close. How do you think that person will feel? So I believe that the whole issues need to be re-examined, and government should go back to review this Privatization Act. Government before privatization said there is performance agreement that could last for 5 years, and after 5 years, if this code did not perform, they definitely will review it. But they never did. They allowed this to remain up to 10 years. Now it's now moving into distribution companies because they borrowed money and they are yet to pay back the loans they borrowed. So I think there's a lot of whole issues on this. That's why we said government needs to declare state of emergency.
All right.
And let's sit down and look at how these things will be able to work.
All right. Thank you so much, Engineer Martin Uzoegwu, for this wonderful insight that you have provided as regards the new electricity tariff and, of course, the power sector generally, and how we can move forward, and, of course, how we need to review the privatization policy. We do appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for having me.
My pleasure. All right, that's the size of the show for today. But just before we go, I'll leave you with this report on Strategy Conference, how entrepreneurs were urged to focus on the health of their business as opposed to always focusing on them profits all the time. My name is Justin Academia. Business Insight will return to your screen same time. Bye for now. Author and entrepreneur Ezekiel Solisi, who wants participants not only to network or get inspired, believes an understanding of the macroeconomy as well as strategy is paramount.
For example, what happens is that most people think about business growth and they're really thinking about, oh, growth at any cost is good. But cancer is growth, right? You could grow to death. The idea here is to make sure that as we're growing, we're positioning, we're auditing, we're making sure that we're actually healthy.
With 70% of entrepreneurs developing from the street, there is need for caution. As experts say, their survival can be measured after they have survived 10 years.
The guide for any businessman, knowing very well that no matter what you do, no matter how much you have, how much you have in your bank account, you must have the 10-year strategy in mind. 5 years, 90% of the business that start would die, and then the 10 that survives will go through another 5 years, and then 90% of the 10 will also die. That means 100 businesses that start, only one will survive after 10 years.
The first thing is the mindset to know that whatever happens in the economy, your business can thrive. And then the second thing is to go out there and find the knowledge, find the strategy, and be courageous enough to execute on whatever it is you found.
As some businesses gasp for survival, other strategists advise entrepreneurs to have a successor plan while envisioning the future of their ventures.
What is your plan for that business? So I think that it's important that people begin to think about it long term. Yes, sometimes we're looking at the situation, and then there's this mentality of founder, owner, chairman. You know, I want to be the founder. You can still be the founder, but not necessarily run the business. So some doctors, you know, you could be a doctor, you are a surgeon. Doesn't mean you have what it takes to run a hospital. You must have an administrator.
First of all, look at the areas you faulted or the areas you didn't do well. That is where to start from. Build on those ones and upgrade. Then the ones that are already working, those ones are just to water, more like give it a breath of life, and you know it will keep growing. And this is where the healthy business comes in.
Every business has an evolution time with different demands for different places. However, to achieve results, experts say it has to look at execution of key priorities, including building capacities and individual effectiveness of their team.
Your job is to be able to think and strategize.
I will take you through this amazing lesson today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's Tea Time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Sometimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
As a young person growing up, I have had to sell akamu on my head. On a tray. You go like in the morning, like very early in the morning before I go to school. Buy akamu, That's why you should never underrate anyone. No matter the situation, you see them or you find them. When I go to UK and had to play at the Rio Festival Hall with Miriam Makeba, then, oh my God, I'm like, that akamu selling girl that was selling akamu. So be inspired. Be inspired. Follow your dream. Follow your heart. Sit back and say, what is my passion in life? What can I do to better the world? And before you know it, you're already making an impact.
When I came to Lagos here after school, I remembered I entered what is called 911. 911 is a kind of lorry found then that they will load Gary, load in at the back. Then in between the driver and the load, we have what is called second class. And that is where I sat. And could you believe that by the time I got to Ido and I came down, my box, my shoe, because it took us 3 days from Bender, from Midwest to Lagos, all my loads were loaded. You see, when you pass through such, and when you become somebody, you look back and you look at what people are going through. It makes you to help others.
When I decided to be an apprentice photographer, we were living in Ebute-Metta, and I would trek, from Ebute-Metta into Willoughby, from Willoughby into cross the Leventis into Ido Road, past Ido railway station, go across the Kata Bridge, and then into Agbogbon, into Broad Street. And I trekked that for 1 whole year. And then finally when I got to London, I had to be a cleaner, every morning. Get out of the house by 4:30 to clean till 9 a.m. and then rush off to school. So I've done quite a lot of things like that, and I still continue to do that. And so for me, it is part of one's development. And I didn't see that I was suffering. Occasionally, you want to stop. You have cried many times. I've failed many times, but I've just got up. I get up again. A lot of people, I enjoy goodwill of some people who pull me up again and help me on my feet, and then I go on.
I finished that film and I became very famous. As young as I was, I didn't even know what it was. Film, everybody would just be calling me over. I'm like, what's wrong? What's going on? When the film was all over the place, so I couldn't go to the market, and I used to go to the market a lot, to go and buy all these second-hand, outfits, and then there was one day I went to the market with a couple of my friends, and I just realized that I just couldn't buy these things anymore, because they would tease me. The people in the market, the traders will always tease me and said, so you see, they come buy Pendam Boutique, So that made me realize that, so if I become a star, there are a lot of things I won't be able to do, or what? So I went back and I said to myself, is this how I'm going to live my life? I won't be who I want to be. I won't be myself. And I said, no, I won't let that catch up with me. Just be who you are, no matter your craft, no matter how high you think you've become. Still be that same person that the girl next door, still the girl or the boy next door that people can always relate to.
I left Nigeria back as far as 2012, and it was a very funny story. As you can see from my social media pages, my best food is amala. So I worked after work. I'm a medical doctor, full-time doctor. After work, I went to this famous place in Oshogbo where they have amala, just next to my hospital. So while I was there, I sat down with the food, and then I saw this newspaper advert saying doctors needed urgently in Saudi Arabia. So I abandoned my plate of amala. The rewards were just amazing, and I couldn't believe my eyes. You know, free accommodation, free flights. I was earning, you know, I was going to earn like times 20, you know, of what I earned at the time, in dollars as well. So I packed my bags, went home, packed my bags off to Lagos. I was at Ikeja for the interview. Like immediately? Immediately, I left the amala, went home, packed my bags, and off I went to Lagos. The next day I went for the interview, did the interview. There were loads and loads of people there. Did the interview and got picked, and I was on my way to Saudi Arabia. So from Nigeria, I worked in Saudi Arabia for 2 years, and then I walked around the Middle East, Dubai, Oman, Bahrain, and from there, while I was working, I was writing my exams to work in the UK and the Republic of Ireland. So from there, I got a lecturing position in the UK, and then I was able to pass my exams within that time. So I got my licenses to be able to practice in Europe. So at the moment, I can practice in Europe, I can practice in New Zealand, I can practice in the Middle East, and of course in Nigeria as well. So my journey hasn't been straightforward. My journey has been from Nigeria, scattered around the Middle East, and then Europe. The first culture shock I faced was I landed on a Thursday and obviously Friday, but it didn't click that Friday was a day to be respected in the Middle East, in the Muslim society. So I got up, was looking for food. I got out of my house, and after walking for like 5 minutes, it still didn't click that I was the only one in the environment, okay? So after walking about, say, 500 meters, I suddenly saw a car just drove in front of me and blocked me, and then I saw all these guys in beards just came, and of course I didn't. So the guy just came and said, "What are you doing out here? It's Friday. You're supposed to be praying." I'm like, I paused, and then he says, "Okay, are you a Muslim or a Christian?" "Yeah. Are you a Muslim or a Christian?" I swear I didn't know whether to say Muslim or Christian because I didn't know what was going to happen. If you say Christian and they start flogging you, if you say Muslim, why are you not in the mosque? So I paused, and the guy said, "Bring out your Ikama." I showed him my Ikama, which is like a resident permit. That shows your religion, so it shows it shows I'm a Christian. And then he said, "Where are you coming from?" I said, "I just got into Saudi yesterday. I don't know what's going on." Then he said, "Well, today's Friday, Jumat. You have to be praying. If you're not praying, you respect it. Stay in your house between this period." So I said, "Okay." He said, "Everywhere is closed. You can't even get food." So I said, "I'm sorry. I will walk back right now." And then another one that was amazing, even though I was a doctor, I couldn't speak to female patients. So if a man comes in with a woman and the woman is the one with the problem, you cannot talk face to face to her. You cannot ask her. You have to ask the husband, say, "Okay, why have you brought this woman here?" And then the husband would. So my first experience, I spoke to this woman who had a breast lump, and I was talking. The husband was just looking at me. So when I finished, he was answering me, and when I finished, the guy just lost it. "How can you be talking to my wife?" I was like, I'm not toasting your wife, guy. You know, calm down. So the medical director had to give me an education, you know, yeah. So we were able to just placate the guy at that time. So that was one culture shock for me as well. I've traveled a lot of countries. I've seen 50 different countries now. I would say that in Europe, okay, so some very interesting ones. When I got to Europe, I was in my house, just sitting on my own, and friends said, "Come on, there's this birthday party happening, let's go and eat." I said, "Birthday party? Oh yeah, let's go now, where's the venue?" So I went to the venue, we ate, we ordered, ate everything, finished. birthday party. At the end of the day, the celebrant came and said, "This is the bill." And in my head, I'm thinking, bill for what? I should pay that you invite. I was in my house. I was in my house. You invited me. I came to eat. Now I have to pay the bill. So that was one. The second one was, of course, driving. In Nigeria, you're on the left side, but in the UK, you're on the right side. So that was another culture shock for me in Europe. Okay. It's important to state that I always talk about the way to live legally within the legal bounds without violating any international laws, which is opposed to what people do, most people do. And if you notice very well, people live, you know, it's upward movement. You're living from poorer countries to rich countries. And interestingly, it's not as if the people who leave their countries illegally, generally speaking now, are not the poorest of the poorest when you put the standard of their country into context. They're not the poorest of the poorest. But because they're looking for better opportunities, they're looking for a place where they will get, you know, larger finances, a better standard of living, education, good access to health. That's why they're leaving. So they don't care how they do it. So long as the promises, you know, they've been given good promises, then they just take that pathway. I always use my social media handles on Instagram, on YouTube, Waka Waka Doctor, to tell people of the legal ways. And the reason why people most times don't want to follow this pathway is because I would say it's inherent laziness, because you have to do the work. You know, this illegal pathway, they're possibly going to say, pay this amount of money, we will just move you across the border. But they don't consider the consequences that come with it. This way that I preach involves a lot of, you know, work. You have to do a lot of work. So it means that you have to do research, you have to make applications, you have to pay little amount of fees, and then get the end result. So if you're not open to working, I give tips, I point you towards the right direction, but if you're not open to working, then it becomes a difficult task for you. So the easiest way is to keep educating ourselves. We keep educating these people and passing the information across. And I mean, this is one thing I'm doing now, and it's one thing I've been doing for the last 18 months, using Instagram, Twitter, YouTube to pass the information across. If someone comes to you to say, okay, I'm going to take you to Europe, you're a cake baker, I'm going to get you scholarship, there are documents you want to see. There are documents you want to see. You have your original passport. Have you submitted a statement of motivation or a letter of intent? Do you have a visa? Have you submitted documents to help you get an original visa? Do you have a work permit? Have you seen an original work permit? Have you called your employers over there to confirm that I have a real job and I'm coming to resume? So that again brings me to my first point, that people are mentally lazy. They don't want to do the work. Because when someone gives you documents and say, oh, this is your document, we're going abroad, you should say, give it to me. Let me confirm if it's real. Let me confirm if it's original. If it's a work permit, I'm going to call my employers to see if this job is real. If it's a school admission, I'm going to ring up the school to find out if it's real. I told you behind the cameras, I said, people have this mentality that, you know, things work outside just the way it works in this country. It's wrong. If you pick up the phone and call an admissions office, they will talk to you. If you pick up the phone and call an employer, they will talk to you. You're just looking for information. And if the information is real, they definitely get it. So, like I said, the first way to help with spread of information and help curb this is spread of information, educating people. And that's what I've been doing for the last 18 months using my social media platforms. Nothing good comes extremely easy, okay? You have to be patient. I tweet sometimes, I say that, I say, when you travel abroad, your life changes, you know, your skin becomes fresh, your smile is different, okay? There's peace of mind, you know, things come to you easily. You can actually actualize your dreams. You can live out your dreams right in front of you because there's a system that supports that. So my advice is when you go abroad, be patient, keep working hard, don't stop, don't relax, you know, have a vision, write it down, allow your eyes see that vision, you know, consume it, and continue to work towards it. It's simply as basic as that. That would be my advice. Save, and always call home, because one of the downsides to going abroad is that it can be boring sometimes. And that's why you should call friends. Don't cut people off. Call friends. You know, always call home if you miss home. Like, I'm home now because I missed Amala. I missed all those things, so I came home. So yeah, that's my advice. Keep working. Keep your head down. Of course, keep your connections back home so that you can always come back to them. This is a huge subject. It's a huge subject, and it's not something I can share in 1-2 minutes. So I'm going to say that the first thing you want to do is open an Instagram account if you don't have an Instagram account, and look for me, Waka Waka Doctor, because I give tips. Now, there are job boards across Europe, across Asia. You cannot streamline your choices and say that, oh, I just want to be in Canada, I just want to go to the US, I just want to go to the UK. There are 195 different countries in the world, so you have to say that I'm open to any one of them. And most of these countries have job boards, okay? Websites, different websites where you can submit your applications. You go through rigorous interviews, you submit documents. If you then succeed, they are able to process your work permits and employ you. Now, some people will say, oh, I've tried the UK, it didn't work out, so they give up. But there are different countries in the world. There's Turkey, there's Lithuania, there's Kazakhstan. I know teachers that I've spoken to, in fact, 6-7 of them in the last 4-5 months who have left Nigeria to Kazakhstan, right? They teach English. They earn at least $1,800 in Kazakhstan, which is much more than what they will earn in Nigeria. So there are 195 countries. I post them, I mean, almost every day on my Instagram channel. So you can watch and see some of these job boards and apply for jobs. Some basic truths and facts is not every doctor can leave the country. So even if doctors are leaving, more doctors would graduate and you still have doctors around. But doctors are leaving in their large numbers every day. So the future of medicine in Nigeria is very bleak, because you have the extremely intelligent doctors leaving, going abroad, because the system abroad is extremely encouraging. The system abroad gives you opportunities to become greater than what you can ever think or imagine. People keep writing their exams, people keep going for interviews because the system allows it. So the advice straight up I'll give to the Nigerian government is, first and foremost, create a platform that encourages us as doctors. Facilities, give us things we can. It's not as if, you know, things we only see in the books, things we can see and work with. Pay us money. I worked in Osun State. My salary in 2011 was 90,000 naira. I was doing 2 jobs and I couldn't earn 120,000 naira, 2 jobs. When I went to Saudi Arabia, salary was $5,000. Look at the discrepancy, it's too huge. And they were owing us 6 months. You owe someone 6 months. How can, I was seeing 200 patients in a day. 200 patients. How, I mean, the first 10 patients I see would get the best out of me. The other ones, the truth, it's just the truth. The other ones would be people, that's it. It doesn't work that way. Create a good culture, a good environment for doctors to work. Pay them properly. You know, give them, you know, standard remuneration that they can compare with their friends and colleagues abroad and say, okay, yes, we you know, it's commensurate to the work we do. Nigerian government really has to improve. The future of Nigerian doctors, sadly enough, is abroad, and countries are asking for them. Like, the PLAB exam is an incredibly easy exam to just write and pass. So people are writing it and moving, you know. So if Nigeria cannot improve these parts, payments, facilities, then it's a poor tale. I would end on this note to say that this is a popular theme that I've always passed across, to say that travel is not necessary of money, but of courage. And the reason is because it takes courage to decide to leave a place you've been for many years and go to a place that's brand new. You're going to be leaving your friends, you're going to be leaving your family, you're going to be leaving your job, you're going to be in search of ways to make money, search of better career. So it's often very difficult. The first step is the most difficult one, the most daunting one, saying, I want to move. It's very difficult. But I would always encourage you to take that step. When you start, you will get to the end. Don't wait, start now. It's another year, it's 2022. My aim is to get at least 2,000 people abroad. So if we can do that, we've succeeded. Okay? There are better opportunities out there. If you're attaining this level right now in Nigeria, if you go abroad, you'll be times 20. That's it. So start now, make the move. If you're in town, if you catch me in any of the cities abroad, you can holler at me and I'll be there. Traveling abroad, migrating abroad is not age specific. Age is not a limitation. Even if you're in your 50s, you're in late 50s, you can still go abroad. I always talk about academics because academics seems to be the easiest path. But even if it's true career, like I've said earlier, you can go search for these job boards that will give you employment. Again, experience counts. I'll give you an example. Places like Australia are in need of people with huge experiences in different fields. Whether you're a cameraman, you're a technician, you're a chef, if you have 5-10 years, electrician, 5-10 years of experience, and you apply for jobs in Australia, they'll take you. Estonia, Lithuania, these are places that are in need of vocational, you can do vocational studies. If you're not a skilled worker, so to say, these are places that are in need of you. So age is not a factor. So even if you're 50 and you have 15 years of experience to back this, they're looking for you.
This area was really well known to our ancestors. They came through here, they camped, they had sites where they always returned to. The buffalo followed the stars, and we followed the buffalo.
My grandmothers told me about the Lakota way of life. The Lakota woman, she has to be really strong. I'm pretty sure she cries, but it's always hidden. Because she has to show that strength to the family so that they can grow that strength too. So that's her role in the Lakota way of life.
My grandfather picked this area because of the creek and the water, the canyons and the trees. My name is Leola. One Feather, and I live at Wunditney. And this is where I grew up. Get out of there. My grandmother bought this trailer house. It's been here for 40 years. And we haven't had running water for probably when the trailer house shifted. God, it was so long ago. Like 30 years ago. My mom and dad and I, that was our bed. I finally outgrew them, but it was so cold in the winter, I'd have to sleep between them. Nochba. Nochba means push your foot in. Like cave it in, that's what it means.
Mama, naughty it.
Yeah, you broke it. That was your birthday present. I just got on Social Security, and since I got these kids, I didn't get any assistance for them. They gave me $308 for food stamps for 3 of them. Their mom is in jail right now. So our kids get in trouble, whether it's drugs or drinking or whatever. Now the burden of the children in our tribe is set on us grandmothers. Take this back in there and go in there and behave. We're talking, you're not listening. For all of our tribe, there's only like 2,000 jobs. It's all dependent on the federal contracts that our tribe gets. And we don't have a private sector, so we don't have the money to restart businesses. We still have good land, you know, and it does bother a lot of people because we're surrounded by racism. We didn't want to be Americans. We wanted to just be our own people. Growing up in a home where the language is predominantly Lakota. I didn't know how to read Lakota, but I learned. We have our stories of creation and how we develop over time. So we have a whole different process that Americans haven't been able to figure out. They can't figure out why we think different. In our culture, the girls are more emotionally protected. We live on a merit system, so a girl might do things that are really brave, or she engaged in battle and saved children and lives, or did something real heroic. She'll have the respect and honor of the same as a man.
You're on that side. Woo! 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 Okay. Woo! Yeah. Where's the foot? 3, 2, 1. How can I kick it? Take it to the gate. Take it to the gate. My parents, I love them, but sometimes they're a little strict on me. They kind of fight. They just argue a little times. So that's why I just don't really hang out with them. Oh, yeah, we got puppies. We got puppies. Oh, baby. Oh, puppy. I go different places. I mostly go to my grandma's. She took care of me for 2 years. Here you go. You can have the puppy back. she has like, I forgot what those things were where you take a kid away from your parents. Before my grandma took me, I used to have an uncle that took care of me. He got buried out close to Red Cloud School. Yeah, I only go see him once in a while, but I didn't really see him because it's sad for me. Yeah, I think we got that one down now. Oh, I can't reach it. Tippy toe. It won't reach. Cold. Cold. Here you go, patient. Thank you, sissy. Sisters. 7 Up. 7 Up, thumbs up. I didn't really go to school because I had a runny nose. So what I did in the morning was just eat oatmeal and then took another nap and played on my phone. AJ, what's 1 plus 2? 1 plus 2. What's 1? Okay. What is 3 plus 2? Well, not really, but I usually help my grandpa do things. Hello. Thank you, Sandra.
I was in New York years ago. Okay. I heard Dave was here too.
Okay. I need a hug before you go. Yeah. Talk with the girls. Okay. Tickle, tickle. Wait, what you say?
Her and I, that's 4 generations.
I'm the Lakota woman. Right. Say yes.
Say Lakota.
Lakota.
Right here, the Oglala Lakota band. We got a mean loss of identity here due to forced assimilation.
The government done a good job on us. They're using some kind of cultural module called self-hate, where they had us ashamed of who we were.
You're listening to the Thunder Valley CDC Radio Hour.
Welcome to the Thunder Valley CDC Radio Hour. We'd just like to know what you're up to here on Pine Ridge today.
We're working problems and be able to pursue opportunities. I'm Kelly Hallman. I'm a Cherokee Nation citizen from Oklahoma.
Am I a community member visitor? Is that what I am? Or?
I'm the founder and executive director of the Indigenous Adolescent Girls Empowerment Network.
Do I need a key?
Is this where we're meeting tomorrow?
Yes, so this is the space that you'll meet tomorrow. It's really a neat facility. There is none like it on the Oglala Lakota Nation whatsoever.
We put out a call for tribal organizations to learn the planning tools to set up a girls' society.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
All of you probably came here for a reason. There's something in your mind about what's going on with girls in your community. It's more about the general social and emotional supports that girls need.
I speak for our reservation because this is where I've been. We're not supportive of one another, and it's time now to let that all go because we have to support one another. And we have to bring that together for our daughters and our future.
That's why I feel like these programs are so important, to teach our young girls to have pride in themselves and who they are and how to protect and understand their sacredness of being Lakota Gwians and what that means. You don't want to prepare them to be victims, to be those statistics. We have like parents selling their babies, caregivers selling their babies. We have dealers in Parmalee that are saying, here you go, come get high, here you go. Oh, now you owe me $500. So guess what? I'm gonna haul your butt up to Rapid and you're gonna work it off for 4 or 5 days before I bring you home. I've worked with 4 young girls in Parmalee that were victims and the trafficking was in Rapid and they were brought home.
What our people struggle with is addiction. And so they're struggling with the addiction of either alcohol or a drug of meth, marijuana, or opiates. How do we teach them at a young age to know who they are and to be strong? And no matter if your friends are doing it or whatever, you're strong enough to say no.
How many of us adults know the phone numbers for a suicide hotline, our DV help support lines? Suicide is such a hard issue and it affects, all of us. How many of us in the room have somebody who's committed or attempted within our family or within our friend circle? What got those babies so far down here to be hopeless, right? And so that's the purpose of the Imagine programming, is to build those baby girls up.
We have a strong belief that the women are sacred. Women being the backbone of our society, so I think having a strong girl society and a strong womanhood will help our communities grow and thrive in the conditions that we have. My name is Amy Pond. I'm from Pine Ridge, South Dakota. I born and raised there, which is village, the middle of the reservation.
Look. Wait, hold on.
This is home to me. My family's here. I was a little bit lucky, I guess, in that aspect. Both my parents were employed, my parents were married. When I was young, my dad decided to quit drinking, so I, right off the bat, kind of had an advantage. I wanted to go to school elsewhere. I wanted to get off the reservation for a little while, just to see things, learn as much as I could. So I finished my master's program, and then I started looking for jobs here back home. And I want that to be the norm for girls.
Can we help? Yeah, stand in here. That's good bread. She makes good bread. I bet. Just gonna get this by itself so I don't dump it on the sidewalk. A way of planning tools, like kind of a way to start it and keep it running. With the historical oppression that Native American people have experienced here in the U.S., family structures are often broken down. And so sometimes it's the teenage girls in the household that are the real sort of supports of both their mothers and grandmothers as well as the younger children. So girls have a lot more on their plates than boys do in terms of pregnancy risk, in terms of dropping out of school, in terms of having to shoulder the responsibilities of heading a family. Traditionally, in Native communities, there were societies to accomplish different things. There was a war society, there was often an agricultural society, a hunting society, there was a society to do coming-of-age ceremonies. The matrilineal traditions in many Native cultures meant there were women's societies to get things done. When to plant crops, when to make feasts according to moon and sun. Gender is really such a core piece of who we are as Native people. You know, women have particular strengths and men have particular strengths. We have like roles that we play, and that's how we've survived. When I was growing up as a kid, we moved around a lot because my father had a mobile job, and so it was always important to remember where I was from and who I was. Sort of want to be closer to home, looking at what role I might play in Indian country.
My name is Nikan Waywoodun, or Thunder Before the Storm. My colonial name is Clyde Belcourt, and I'm one of the founders of the American Indian Movement. I come here every year to celebrate this great victory that took place here. And I was one of the main people to bring the people here to Wounded Knee in 1973. We had a lot of women, and the women were strong.
A lot of us women, when we were young, we were really into the American Indian movement. I'm sure that, I have a pretty thick file with the FBI.
When we came here, it was going to be a peaceful occupation and liberation of this community. The very next morning, when we woke up, and they gave me some binoculars, and all the way in this hill, all the way around us, there was armored personnel carriers.
We were surrounded by all the federal agencies, the military. The BIA police are really vicious.
This government has done everything it's can, stripped us of our language, our culture, our tradition, and our land and our water. And they thought that we would surrender. So we put our minds together and said, we're not going anywhere. This is our land. We're going to stand up. And we're going to show our Indian people how to stand up again and be warriors. For Gichida Kwe, women warriors.
Oh, perfect. Lot of fun. Yeah. Having a
We're expecting in all 9 districts for there to be a girls' society. It's open to all girls. There's fun things that girls will do, sewing, beading, playing hand games, other things like that. And so you'll also learn skills too, like how to prepare to get into college, how to get scholarships. I'm happy to answer any questions, but otherwise I'll turn it over to Amy to give you some more details about exactly what they're doing here.
So
there's a question.
Question?
Oh, it depends on where you go.
Depends. We could talk about that at the Girls Society next week. Another really important part of this is we want to make sure girls are able to learn about our culture. They're able to learn about the ceremonies. Maybe we'll be able to take them to a sweat or something. We'd like to take them on field trips to the sacred sites. But how this really works is through mentoring. So we'll have older girls around my age, women older, younger women that are gonna run these girls groups. They'll be in every community, like Callie said. They'll be at the same place, same time every day of the week so that girls have a place to go.
where they feel safe and where they feel like they could talk about girl things with other girls and females. I couldn't imagine being anywhere else or doing anything else. As far as feeling like a sacrifice for being here, no, not at all. The opposite. A lot of times our girls and our people in general are overlooked and undercounted, underrepresented, and just need to have a stronger voice. So fill this out, I could take it with me, and then we could start one like at the school or something. And the girls could actually go ahead and fill it out and turn it back into me. I don't want their names or anything. We talk a lot about liberation, about self-determination. We want to start it in Pine Ridge. I'm just looking for more mentors. We talk about sovereignty and being self-reliant. We want people to feel like we're not stuck and that there's hope.
Thing is like having doing activities and stuff.
Yeah, it's kind of like a talking circle, and there'll be some fun activities and hopefully field trips, things like that.
Yeah. Does it happen every week?
Once a week, yeah. Yep.
I want to be a doctor because I like to help people feel better when they're sick and stuff. Never mind. I'm glad with you. I would like to go and live in a big city, like in New York or somewhere.
I want to be in the ER, probably go to college, have a good college, good grades, get my master's, and have a good life.
I want to go to high school and finish high school. I want to go to college, and after that, I want to go to the Air Force. That's the crab wall. If you guys ever where they go, do the crab. I want to be like my auntie, because she was in the Air Force for 3 or 5 years, and then she made it sound cool, but then she said it was a little hard to fly because there's a whole bunch of buttons. I'm like, but I could get them in my head because I'm really strong, so I can do it. 16, 17, 18, 19. And then I also want to have a good house and a good life, and sometimes take care of my grandpa. Yeah. Okay. I want to see my grandpa real fast, okay?
Tehran's Haftetir Square is a hub of activity even at night. Along with shops and restaurants, there's also underground business taking place. It's known as one of the neighborhoods where prostitutes and their clients can meet.
همه جای شهر میریم فرق نمیکنه همه جا مشتری هست.
In Iran's religiously conservative society, prostitution is not only illegal, even discussing it in the media is taboo. But RFERL's Radio Farda was able to interview sex workers from different walks of life, as well as their clients and employers. They spoke openly, using pseudonyms, about a thriving business that often takes place just out of view.
شوهرم میدونه ولی به رو خودش نمیاره برای اینکه بچه‌های اون نیست بچه‌هامو میسپرم دست مادرم و اینکه خرج بچه‌هامو در بیارم شوهرم نخواد پول اونا رو بده پول خرجیشونو بده فعلا خفه شد.
Studies by independent researchers have found that around 50% of Iranian sex workers are married. Many are university students or still in secondary school. And an Iranian welfare organization found that girls as young as 12 work in the sex trade. But crackdowns by the police are rare, according to Pari, who works as a so-called auntie, arranging business for other women.
کلا مامورا خیلی به پرپاتون نمیپیچن؟
حالا نکنی نه کاری نداره او نهایتش اینه که حق حسابشو میگیره ولی نه به من که گیر نداره
چرا؟
حالا نیستم.
If someone is caught, a judge can impose prison time or lashes. And punishment is more likely to be handed to sex workers than to their clients. That allows some clients to take a casual attitude toward paying for sex, even counting it as a routine expense.
الان اگه نرخ امروز بخوام بگم کمترینش 200 تومنه بیشترینش هم دیگه 1 تومن 2 تومن اینا هست. من خودم مثلا شاید ماهی مثلا 2 تومن اینا ولی دوستان هستن که مثلا ماهی 5 تومن قشنگ دارن.
A number of women described the harsh economic pressure that drove them into sex work. Iran is in the midst of its worst financial crisis since the 1980s, driven partly by punitive U.S. sanctions.
اوضاع خرابه ما خیلی خوشمون نمیاد ولی دیگه مجبوریم الان همه چی گرون شده بعد یه جوری خرج زندگیمون رو در بیاریم دیگه
دیگه پول بخوام کار نداشته باشم خب دیگه این کار بلدم دیگه
یه کاری پیدا بشه که درآمدش بیشتر باشه بازم انجام میدی
اگه کاری پیدا بشه که درآمدش بیشتر بشه قبل از این پیداش کرده بودم.
The economic pressure has only worsened during the coronavirus crisis. Sex workers who can't afford to lose their incomes must add the threat of COVID-19 to the other risks they take.
قضیه تکیه کنم دیگه من هیچ جا باید نباید برم دیگه یعنی دیگه باید گشنگی بمیرم بخوام از مریض بترسم انقدر واقعا نیاز دارم مجبورم برم بخوام خیلی هم رعایت کنم و خیلی
Some women also spoke about being coerced into sex work, even by family members.
اولین بار من چند بود من 17 سالم بود که به یه پسر پولدار بود به مامانم گفته بود این دختر تو اگه بیاری مثلا من باشه من اون موقع نرخ حالا مثلا 80 تا 150 تومن بود گفتم من 1 میلیون بهت میدم دختر تو بده یه شب پیش من باشه از اون زمان من دیگه واقعا دختر نبودم که هنوزم دیگه ادامه داره دیگه با مامانم با هم میریم ان مامانم جدیدن دیگه یه سالی نمیاد خب منم خیلی حالا نسبت به مامانم خیلی بیشتر طلبه داشتم به قول معروف.
Sex work is shrouded in secrecy in contemporary Iran, but the situation was different before the 1979 Islamic Revolution. One Tehran neighborhood was a legal gray zone. Prostitution was tolerated there. But many women and girls were the victims of trafficking, as one woman explained in this 1966 documentary.
اینا هم که 9 سال 8 سال 10 سال عرق و فلان میبرن میفروشن.
In the midst of the upheaval of 1979, the neighborhood was attacked by revolutionaries who set an apartment building on fire. An unknown number of residents died. Months later, 3 well-known madams were executed on the orders of a conservative judge.
خدا می‌فرماید قاتلوا ائمة الکفر با سردمداران فساد پیکار کنید و حالا هم وقت اون رسیده است.
Today, with prostitution driven underground, some sex workers are in favor of legalization, saying that would give them greater safety.
اگه بتونیم کارمون رو قانونی انجام بدیم و بهداشتی باشه، هم برای خودمون بهتره، برای سلامت خودمون بهتره. همینی که دیگه آسیبی به جامعه نمیرسونه.
But that seems impossible in an Islamic theocracy like Iran. The women who try to earn a living this way must do so in the shadows, with all the dangers that entails.
For me, I wanted to change that culture. I didn't believe that until you see a white man or you see a foreigner in the kitchen before you can believe that, you know, good food is going to come out of that kitchen.
You can leverage on each other's spaces and, you know, sell. We believe in Nigeria, right? We believe that Nigeria can get better. We, the youth, are the ones that can make it better.
And my products are proudly made in Nigeria.
Made in Nigeria, showing every Tuesday at 10:30 p.m. and repeats on Saturday at 8:30 a.m.
Hello, you're welcome to this edition of Timeless Conversations. My guest today is a pioneer of hip-hop music in Nigeria, a gentleman who made such marks that his songs became trademark for entertainment, for fun and enjoyment. He branded himself with a torchlight, and also he included his cultural insignia of having the Benue type, the black and white coloring on his hat.
Nigerian music star, performer, songwriter, music producer, and executive producer Zaki Aze is recognized as one of the pioneers of hip-hop music in Nigeria. He was born in 1975 to the family of Thomas Ateva Fateh in Kaduna, where he was also brought up. He is from Benue State. He shot into the limelight after the release of his first album, titled Loaded, in 1994. Zaki is also the CEO of True Nigerian TV, a TV program that celebrates Nigerians across the country and people who should be emulated as role models. Zaki Aze is currently the Vice President of Performing Musicians Association of Nigeria, PMAN, a Human Rights Ambassador with the National Human Rights Commission, NHRC, Special Marshal with the Federal Road Safety Commission.
Please welcome with me Zaki Aze. Zaki?
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much. One of my legs is already shaking.
Why is it shaking?
When you sit with
no,
veterans like
look
you.
Look at us. You be man, I be man. No wahala.
Okay.
Now let's look at something. You were born in Kaduna.
Yes.
And you're from Benue State.
Yes.
What impact did that have on your music?
A lot. Not from me, from my great-grandfather,
okay.
Even on both parents' side, both my mother's side and father's side.
Yeah.
We're all born and brought up in Kaduna State.
In Kaduna.
I was now born and brought up also in Kaduna State.
Yeah.
That gave me an advantage of a wider scope, which is the Hausa language.
Yes.
Because growing up, that was the only language we knew. As we speak, I still don't know how to speak my tribe like 100%. I'm careful.
Yeah.
That's Tiv.
You're Tiv. Okay.
Yeah, I'm Tiv.
Okay.
I'm careful when I'm speaking amongst our people.
Okay.
So I'll put English, I'll speak a bit, put English because they would criticize me. You understand? But Hausa give me an edge, being the second widest language in Africa.
Mm-hmm.
So it gave me an edge. It gave me a more broader fan base.
Yes.
Starting up as an artist.
Okay, and then
so I think that is the
one of your songs that really struck a very strong chord with someone like me is Namigo Mariam.
Namigo Mariam from the very start.
Yeah.
I wanna marry you.
Exactly.
But then I feel ashamed. Do the chorus now. Namigo Maria. I'm supposed to marry her.
It's very simple, easy to follow, and it's relatable. What inspired you to do it?
Well, years back when I was in Borno State, I fell in love with a Kanuri girl who happens to be the daughter of the Emir of Borno State.
You know even stay near.
Well,
the
it's
daughter
just,
of the Emir.
No, I didn't even know she was his daughter before falling. So I really loved her, and if you understand Hausa, the rap in Hausa is saying, your father refused, I will not marry you, but even if they refuse, I will go to any extent to marry you, etc. I think is that love affair that, and it wasn't a love relationship that was, there was no, in those days, relationships don't have sexual until after marriage and all that. Sure. So it was that kind of relationship. You cuddle each other, we love, everybody in the area knows, okay, this is my babe, she's for me.
So you people were already an item.
Yes, and we're really looking forward to getting married when we grow up and all that. But I think a lot of issues came in, and then I made that song out of it.
Are you still friends?
Well, yes, but she's
settled down. And all
she's
that?
settled down. She's not even in Nigeria now.
Okay.
She works with a big NGO somewhere abroad and all that. So, well, we're in touch, but we are not in touch. Let me just see. I just see her on Instagram.
Okay. Thank God for Instagram.
Yeah, thank God for Instagram.
But then, let's talk about love There's this thing, they say that there's not much love amongst the African people, especially from the male side. Do you think so?
There's not much love, especially from the male side.
That the men are not romantic.
Yeah, I agree.
How?
Yeah, that's true. I think our tradition costs most of. We have some certain, not everything about our tradition as African men is good.
Like
especially, man, the one I hate most, it is after when you die and your family comes to take over everything from your wife. In some cases, they say one of the brother would marry. I mean, so how is the woman supposed to take care of your? What did you work for? How is she now supposed to take care of your kids when you are not there? So some tradition I really don't. That's the one I hate most.
But then we've also heard of very good romantic stories, love stories within the African setting.
Yeah.
Yeah. So and even within the polygamous setting.
That most of the time has to do with personalities. Yeah. Some personalities break even from tradition. Some personalities know tradition. Such personalities in Africa, they call them woman rapper.
Yes.
Yeah, once they see you like that, they call you woman rapper. But it's not really woman, it's just pure love. I believe in love. I've always believed in love, no matter what the trend of the world is saying. Love is...
You see, as much as you believe in love, right, it's been alleged that you don't show that much love at home. Your former wife accused you of not showing that much love.
Well, I'm sure my former wife, I'm not in her mind, but I know she would definitely be regretting now.
No,
I think well, I don't know. I don't know what to say. I think there were a lot of negative influence, especially for a girl who has not been to Lagos before. Understand? So I think there were a lot of influence, negative influence, and she was carried away by so many things. That's what I think.
That's
and
you
then,
talking.
And then that's me talking. Yeah. I also think that the way it happened, understand, the way she did it, I had no chance.
You are taking yourself out of it.
No. I'm just but
yeah,
it was all in the media.
So
it was in court. Police came to my house. It was in the media. Every channel that I would have used, no matter what. I'm not saying I am guilty of anything.
That you are not guilty.
No, I'm not. I know that I'm innocent of everything.
Everything. Yeah, like even when she accused you of beating her.
I'm innocent. We went to court. And in court, I remember one of the main marks. I remember clearly. It's always good to say these things so that people also will learn. One of the main things she was using against me, which was a birthmark she had on her chest and claimed is from the beating.
Yeah.
So I remember in court, they now brought that issue of beating and how she has that on her chest. So I said, okay, there's no way I can prove this because the only people that lived with me is her brother and her mom. And there's no way they will testify against their own daughter. But I thank God for technology now. I would pay any amount, let them go and verify where that mark came from. It's a small swelling. Yeah. So let them go and verify where it came from. If they can prove it, I accept everything she says I'm guilty. And they could not.
Okay, so the court records show that.
Yeah, it's there. I mean, it's there. But such things like divorce is something that I would not advise because, there are children in between.
Yeah,
so divorce is something that I will not. In fact, I did everything to try to stop that. You know, one of the things I did was to chase her around, you know, and beg, even though I just think that something happened in between. I travel a lot. I'm not always around. Even now, even in this marriage,
That's
I'm
the
always
new marriage.
traveling.
Your current marriage.
Well, my current marriage is still new. It's almost 10 years now.
Well, compared to that one, isn't it?
Compared to that one.
Yeah.
No, compared to that one, this one is older. That one did not last up to this one.
Yeah, well, that one is first.
That one,
so is the
that
old
one is
marriage.
first. It's the old marriage,
Yeah, so
but this one has lasted longer.
This is a new, longer lasting marriage.
You understand? So, I tried that. I even took it to my pastor then, Odukoya.
Okay, Pastor Odukoya,
yeah. The truth is that one lesson I learned from all that is that I'm going to. This is hard, but one major lesson I learned is that not every tears is real tears. Don't ever fall for a woman's tears. Some women can easily shed tears, to prove their innocence.
Can we say some people, and not just women?
Okay, some people.
So we're not sexist.
Women don't shed. Men don't shed tears.
Men do.
Men
That's
shed tears.
Oh yes, men do.
Cry like tears.
Oh yes, sure, they do. Haven't you seen a man cry before?
I don't. Well.
I do.
But I think the way men cry is even more emotional than women. It's just that they don't show it. Understand? You don't have to see a man's tears to know that a man is crying, if you ask me.
That's part of why they say that men are not emotional, and that's wrong. Africa. But complete that statement you were making about the...
No, yeah, because most of the places we go, the woman talks faster, she would talk, she would shed tears, and then she would... The shocking one is she would swear. Do you understand? For me, that's strange. I can never swear for something that is not true. And then, so if you are the one trying to judge, what would you do? So everybody just looked at me as a monster. But also, one thing I also would say from my experience is that no matter what you do in life, the truth will always come out.
Very true.
And this is very important for everybody out there in that situation. It's one situation I wish I can reverse. It's something I never want to happen to even my enemy.
Yeah.
If you remember, go and read my articles before that scandal.
Yes.
I have always been saying marriage is the most important thing in the world. If you get it wrong, it's better for you to die than marry a wrong woman. I've been saying that before, even my first marriage. Now, what is most important in all this is there is no remedy. Do not ever think that you have dated 1 million women, so you know women.
Yeah.
The only way you can assess a good woman and a good wife is by prayer, period.
Prayer.
It's by prayer. If you pray and God's approve for you to
proceed.
Proceed. But if you think that with your expertise, you are an expert, you are a big joker. That's one of the things I've learned from this.
So now, that's in the past now. Right, but what about the children? How are they doing?
They're fine. They're fine. 2 of them are in the university now.
That's good.
In fact, I just spoke to one while I was waiting for you to understand. One is still in the secondary school, but we are not salary earners. So
I know.
I try to do things in long term.
That's true.
So I try not to, pay school fees small. You just pay for 1 year or pay for 2 years.
Yes, that's wisdom.
That's wisdom.
That's wisdom.
Even house rent, I try to do like 3 years, 5 years.
Yes.
You know,
so you have some peace.
So
of
you
mind.
have some peace of mind.
Yeah. Okay. So now the home base. That's your home base now. Everything is settled. Your current marriage is.
Yeah, I'm happy. I thank God. I learnt my lessons the bitter way. When this happened, I didn't see it coming. I never expected for someone. But I'm not trying to play Mr. Good, but I always ask God, particularly one question. That, well, I'm married now, so don't think I'm campaigning for myself. I've always been, as a young man, that guy who believes in one woman at a time, love one woman. And then I have friends who, they have 3, they have 6, they just treat them anyhow. And these people eventually got married and are living peacefully and happily with their wives.
Yeah.
No consequences of their past. I, who is an innocent boy who didn't do all that, why do I have to face this? That's my question, that maybe when I get in heaven...
Well, life happens to all of us. That's just the truth.
No, but I think that kind of thing should happen to people as consequences of the life that they live. Don't you think?
No, I don't think so. I think life happens. Many things in life happen without us being able to determine how they should flow. That's just the truth. Like you get out of your house and then somebody hits your car.
That's material. You can't compare that to
No. I'm talking about things happening that you don't have control over.
Okay, that's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
It's you're a very careful driver, but somebody hits your car. What are you going to do? You can't stop driving.
Especially Kookwe.
so it happens. Now, let's move away from that and get a little bit back to that thing about romance of the African. And I'm asking you because many of your songs tend to look towards love, romance, and all that. And what's going on? Why is it alleged that the African man is unromantic or non-romantic or not romantic?
Yeah, the African man always feel he's a macho man, and then tradition. The African man always thinks of what family or society or friends will say. Like I was trying to, instead of being yourself, especially if the woman is someone who loves you and is honest to you. What I can't stand is dishonesty. Once you're honest to me, I'm fine. Understand? So I think that the reason why, and then there's also the, I don't want to use monetary, but these days now, especially around here, I don't know whether it's because of culture or tradition, I think it all starts from parents celebrating their children that are more successful against the ones that are not too successful.
That happens everywhere in the world.
Yeah, but I think that is where the materialism or the quest for everybody wanting somebody who can, what can you do for me? Can you take care of me? I think that's most of the basis now for love or romantic,
But I think that most times these things go back in history. Traditionally, historically, men have been burdened with the responsibility of taking care of their women.
Yes.
Right, and by inference, their households.
I agree, but it's just the way the African man takes care of his woman, it's not even romantic. Everything is like, look at, I'm not saying we should be like the white man, but women are emotional, I can bet you there are some marriages and some husbands who have not said, I love you in the last 7 years.
That's deep.
Understand? I can bet you, especially around here. After all, I give her everything she wants. She has a good car, she has a good house. I give her all the money she needs. That's not the end of it. There should be some...
So you believe that we should be as expressive as possible?
You should be friendly. You should never ever see your wife as your wife.
How do you want to see her?
As your girlfriend. You know how you treat your girlfriend when you are dating, when you are just...
You're going to have to explain that to me.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, do the things you used to do before the kids. You know, the same, take her out, you play, you do things like... let me make a confession. I think it rained like 3 or 4 days ago. But all of us were in the rain. The kids, my wife, and I, were running around the house and playing in the rain. Those are things I used to do when I was a kid. And we're still doing it. Or get pipe water and start chasing each other.
You're just saying like creating a quality time
you have to.
For yourself and your wife as against just for the children alone.
Yes.
But that
apart from children, you are not getting... What I'm trying to say here is that the African man believes that once he can provide money for you, that's it. That's love. That's romance.
All men. It's not all Africans. So it's just that there is some classification that says that's the way they all behave.
You know, sometimes some women, or let me not say what women, don't help it. They are also money. So the man feels, okay, she doesn't even care about me. You know, it's money. Okay, take money. Let me just be my own.
Okay,
you understand?
Okay, now I'll challenge you about something. You said the men don't cry, right? Or you said they don't cry. And I said, oh, men cry. I've seen men cry. I cry when it's necessary, you understand? And it doesn't stop me from being a man. Now, would you say that concept of the man in Africa not crying is not also part of the culture that forbids us from expressing how we truly feel? And it is reflecting on our romance and romantic life.
You see, when we were talking about cry, we spoke about tears. Have you ever heard when an African man is wailing in pain?
Yeah, still crying.
But there's no tears.
He doesn't shed.
But you feel his
pain.
pain.
He may not be shedding some tears.
That's what I mean. Okay, a man is supposed to be a shoulder that you can cry to or lean on. So you as a man, you are crying. What would the woman do? Where will she lean to? Where will she fall to? Who is going to console the children or the woman or the other people? You are the man. That's what it takes to be a man. So be a man. You can't be
That is something that I think I will look for a day that I bring you back in the studio and get other people who would express their own positions too. Because really, I believe that it is easier.
Even if you have to cry, nobody should see you crying.
Why can't you be
seen? Because you are what they look up to. Yeah. It is you that should stop them from crying.
But you also have needs.
Then you go and take it with God. And the people with God.
And the people in
go
your house.
To your room and cry and then tell God what you want to do. Then wipe your tears and come and be strong for them.
And the people in your house don't know how you truly feel. And they will keep thinking that you are a very strong man. But you tell them
by crying?
No, I mean, if your emotions break out, let it be free. You have to explain what the wallahi medama means now.
I don't agree with that.
You don't agree with me. All right. I think we should take a break now. When we come back, we'll continue our conversations with Zaki Aze. Please stay tuned.
Maybe you cry for me a bit.
Yes, you're welcome back to Timeless Conversations. And I still have Zaki Aze in the studio with me. Zaki, it's really nice to have you here. Now, let's go back to the things we have said so we can move on to the things we're about to say. Okay. And that's specifically the fact that a man cannot cry or should not cry or should cry. But, well, in the interceding period, you've had a little bit of a change of mind.
Well,
or a little bit of a rethink.
Yes. You know, you can't know it all. You know, sometimes. So, at the angle that you are coming from, or the way you are looking at it, I think there may be some sense in it, because sometimes it's. I just feel that if you want to express yourself, you should. You can do that, quietly on your own where nobody is seeing, because you represent the head of the family and all that. But It's also good sometimes for people to know that even the head can break down, so that people are also, so that you get some attention that could probably save your life or.
Oh, exactly. Somebody within
But I'm
your...
giving you only 20